about what they're trying to achieve. We have a forum and a whole set of community tools that allow them to find other people so they can cheer each other on and help each other. In some ways, this is very much like the Weight Watchers model, where people go to anonymous meetups and do weigh-ins, which then have dramatic weight loss changes. Now, ultimately, we can't do any of this without the data, which means we have to focus on where do people wear the devices. Since Fitbits are worn 24/7, which makes us unique in that fashion, we have to focus on quality, comfort, and wearability. We also have to get people to wear their devices, and the easiest way to do this is for them to develop an emotional attachment to them. There are many ways to do that. For example, on the Fitbit 1, we have something we call chatter. What chatter does, it's a message that when sitting on the floor and you pick it up, it talks to you. It says something like, "Hello, Eric. Hug me, Eric. Walk me, Eric." These messages are curated by a team on our site and are geared right to that user. They're talking directly to the user, which means the user carries the device with them because they love their device. It makes them smile. If they carry the device, we collect the data. If we collect the data ambulantly flows up. If the data is flowing there, we can use those social tools. We can use those community tools. We can use those interactive tools to then get them to change their behavior, which then makes them healthier, which means they go, wow, this device works. More affection, more caring, and the virtuous cycle continues. We also think it's really important to acknowledge both the small and the big things. We do this through the interactive tools by stuff like challenges, acknowledging that, hey, today you climbed as many flights of stairs as the Eiffel Tower is tall. Or today you've achieved 1 million steps over the course of your use of Fitbit. Now, despite celebrating the big and the small, we also feel it's worth celebrating on the device. On the Fitbit Flex, for example, when you achieve your goal for the day, it buzzes and a little fireworks display goes off and rewards that user. I thought I was immune to this. However, I remember a cold day when I was walking across the MIT campus. It was minus 11 degrees, and I was busy thinking, wow, all my time in California has been making me weak. I can't take the cold anymore. When suddenly, my wrist started buzzing, and I looked down, and the fireworks were going off, and I could feel the spring return to my step. And I actually walked the long way back to my hotel just to see how far above my goal I could get. As I mentioned before, it is really important that you focus on what the user achieves, not what they don't. For that reason, leaderboards are a very common thing, but we don't focus on who's number one, because there can only be one number one. We focus on where you are within the leaderboard. We focus on the person who's 500 steps above you, 200 steps below you. Have you help inspire the person who's right below you and get them closer? Have you challenge and compete with the person right above you to see if you can get there? This has resulted in actually a phenomenally popular product. We have one of the world's largest databases of biometric data, and we take the privacy and security of that data very seriously. We also use it to build better features. We learn all kinds of interesting things. For example, a Fitbit user with one or more friends moves 27% more than those without friends on the Fitbit site. In fact, each friend you add, up to 7 friends, leads to a direct 750 steps added to your step count. So naturally, then the feature becomes, how do we inspire you to get more friends within the Fitbit community? It seems that everyone's now talking about wearable computing. Why now? Why is this the right time? As one of the very first wearables to achieve mass market appeal, our marketing team likes to claim all the credit. However, in some ways, wearables have been around for a very long time. This is a photo of my pedometer collection that dates back to the 1800s. But watches are another wearable technology that's been around since the 17th century. In fact, watches are very similar to activity trackers of today. Watches were a technological feat of the 17th century. They provided data that had changed people's lives, in this case, the time being easily accessible. And they were an article of fashion. In fact, in the 1970s and 1980s, digital watches became one of the first digital technologies that became pervasive on a mass market basis. we actually feel like we've got a lot in common with our 17th century brethren. Activity trackers are things of beauty for people to wear them. They provide data that's really useful to people, and they're using the latest and greatest of modern technology. I grew up around CMU, which is a hotbed for wearable technology. Back when I was growing up, wearable technology meant large mechanical or analog sensors strapped to the body, tied with a wire back to a wall of computing. Now that wall of computing fits in a 4mm wide chip that goes in our device. MEMS sensors means we can sense stuff in very small packages, and we no longer need those large analog devices. Display technology sips power and allows us to build rich experiences that motivate people. Battery density has gone from what would have been a massive cell down to something size of a small chew out of a piece of gum that contains massive energy density. We can see this mass market effect. In a recent IDC study, estimated there were going to be 19.2 million wearable devices sold just this year alone. Now, they said activity trackers were going to lead this. So the question is why? Activity trackers provide useful, actionable data to improve people's lives. While they're definitely the early technological adopters like myself, who like technology for technology's sake, ultimately, unless you improve someone's life, they're not going to buy it. Now, part of improving someone's life, as I said, being fashionable. How do you make it be something that people want to bring with them? The Fitbit Flex, as a technologist, what I'm proud about is it's the world's smallest activity tracker. The brains sit inside this plastic, interchangeable plastic band. What our consumers like about this is the fact that this band can be changed, and so they can wear different colors, different styles to match their wardrobe, to match their mood, to match their whim. We recently started a partnership with Tory Burch, who's building jewelry around this. Things that can go on as pendants, things that go on your wrist, and really taking hardware into the fashion world. Now, the reason for all this is not because that's the only way to get something that looks nice, not for the technology's sake. It's for, if you make it beautiful, people will wear it, you will get that data, and you can inspire them. This has led to lots of success. At the risk of tooting my own horn, in 2013, Fitbit owned over 67% of the market share, according to NPD. We are sold in 42 countries, over 35,000 retail locations worldwide. Earlier this year, we launched in Korea, and we are really excited to be here. Korea is known all over the world as a leader in connectivity and a leader in cell phone adoption. And we look forward to joining you guys in the rise of wearable computing. Fitbit is the #1 connected app on both iTunes and Google Play Store. But it's not only consumers who are inspired and love the Fitbit. We've had great success selling into corporate retail partners like British Petroleum and other multinationals like Time Warner. In fact, one HR representative said that with Fitbit, their users were 38% more engaged with their program than with any other program they've ever rolled out in the company history. Now, why do companies care? In the US, it's because we have an interesting healthcare system where the company pays. But we've had global success too. That's because healthy workers are happy workers. Healthy workers don't miss work. Healthy workers are more productive, and ultimately, from a pecuniary perspective, healthy workers help the bottom line. At Fitbit, we are constantly focused on what is the next thing to come out. We're always looking at new sensors. We're always looking at what we can add to our device. However, ultimately, mass market doesn't care about the sensors. They could care less about the technology. What they care about is how do you make that data actionable. So at Fitbit, we only put sensors in where we can make actionable and change a user's behavior based on that. Ultimately, being healthier starts with you. Only you can change your behavior. We're about to go on our lunch break, so skip that second dessert. Go for a walk. move a little bit more. And if you need help, Fitbit is there to inspire you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. We've been sitting all morning, and I'd like to thank you for your undivided attention. We will end the morning session here and resume in the afternoon. We have many interesting sessions in the afternoon, so I hope you come back. Kim Hwan will be the anchor, the MC for the afternoon session.
네, 지금까지 경청해주신 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 지혜 양식을 채웠으니 이제 고픈 배도 채우셔야겠죠? 서울 디지털 포럼 2014 잠시 쉬어가면서 오찬 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 자유롭게 식사하시면서 연사들의 강연에 대한 생각과 의견을 교류하는 시간 가지시길 바랍니다. Thank you very much for your attention. So far we have been filled our brain. Then it's time to fill your stomach. So please enjoy your lunch while freely discussing and sharing your idea with today's lecturers. 오후에도 정말 재밌는 세션이 많이 준비가 되어 있습니다. 끝까지 함께 해주시고요. 오후 1시에 다음 세션 오후 1시에 함께 다시 시작하겠습니다. We have prepared lots of interesting sessions in the afternoon. So next session will start from 1 p.m. So please stay with us until the end of the session. Thank you. 프로그램 개발자와 기획자, 디자이너들이 모여서 지난 월요일부터 먹고 자고 하면서 ICT 기술과 공공 데이터를 이용해서 보다 나은 세상을 위한 서비스를 만들어내는 경진대회를 벌이고 있습니다. 앱센터와 SBS 문화재단 주최 제1회 글로벌 해커톤, 이름이 선 챌린지인데요. 정보통신 기술을 통해서 사회 문제를 해결할 착한 서비스를 만든다는 의미로 제목이 착할 선의 선 챌린지입니다. 좀 앞으로 당겨서 앉아주실 수 있나요? 네, 해커톤이 뭔지 잘 모르시는 분들을 위해서 저희 걸어 나오면서 하기 힘들 것 같은데요. 여기 좁아서. 예, 그냥 제자리에서.
Was I the only one who had lunch? I'm sorry. Many people are concerned about the afternoon session because many people believe that you might get sleepy after lunch. But I think that it'll be very hard to fall asleep or feel sleepy this afternoon because of the interesting session lineup. So I hope you'll have a very interesting session and enjoy it this afternoon. In this session, which is entitled Enlighten, we will deal with 4 main presentations, the first of which will be related to the computers that we can't seem to live without every single day. Despite the fact that we know computers very well and we use it for various objectives and usage models, if the computer was this size and would cost only about $35, that would be an amazing thing for us. From Raspberry Pi Foundation and from Cambridge University of the UK, we would like to meet with Professor Alan Mycroft to talk about this issue.
Hello, I'm Alan Mycroft, and first I'd like to say how honoured I am to be invited here to this wonderful STF event to talk about the theme of innovative wisdom. I'm here today to talk about Raspberry Pi, which we'll come to see in a small amount. In a summary, the talk is about a $35 computer, but it's not really about the computer itself, it's about education. There's something I would like to make a slightly discordant note with everything else, saying it's great if everything becomes more and more slick and hidden, but this is bad for education, and I want to get some of the dirty bits exposed out to the world again. And we'll see what I am. So, who am I? Well, I'm a lecturer, professor at the University of Cambridge, and I've been there for about 30 years. I'm also a co-founder and trustee of the Raspberry Pi Charitable Foundation, where I've been for about 5 years. And as a short summary, if the talk gets boring, it's the grey-haired old professor being boring. And if it gets exciting, it's because I'm talking about the Raspberry Pi Foundation. So you might say, well, that doesn't explain anything. Why should I work for a charitable foundation when it can't pay me any money? Well, let's see. The answer is education, so let me get back to that. What's a Raspberry Pi? Well, there's a picture. If you want, let me expose one. I've got one in my glasses case. Oh, look, there's a Raspberry Pi. It's a $35 computer, and it's naked. It has no clothes on. This is great for children and for learning because you can connect things up, you can see how it works, and there are physical wires that you can connect to it. We'll see more about that in a while, and we'll run some demos, but let's talk a little more about the project. Computers are everywhere they're a hidden part of our daily life. Just let's look at those images. We've got phones and games. All right, we know computers are in those. Cars, yes, automobiles, they have computers everywhere. There are Wi-Fi routers and there are data centers and everything else you see. But increasingly, hospitals, washing machines, hospitals, power supply, water supply, all have computers. Our society is built on computers. They're everywhere. But increasingly, they're hidden. And one really bad thing that's happened, which is what Raspberry Pi was set up to do, because all these computers are increasingly hidden, fewer and fewer students think computing's interesting. Why should it be interesting if computers are only used for Facebook? Why would anyone want to study them? They're the bedrock of our society, and we're getting less interest. Here's a graph of the number of students who applied to Cambridge to study computing. And there were 500 in 2000 and 2001 because the dot-com boom and everything, millennium bug. And over the last several years, the numbers applied. And that happened in Cambridge, across the UK, Europe, the US, And even in KAIST, the course is different in KAIST, but look, there was a big peak in KAIST in 2001 and the numbers have dropped off. But career is central to doing these. What's going wrong? Well, let's answer that specifically. Industry is saying every year, please can we have more computer scientists? Occasionally, well, quite often, industrialists come to our university and say, your students are great, please would you make more of them? So what's happening? Industry is demanding more, but schools and schools are teaching web browsing and Microsoft Office as being information technology. In the UK, the government wanted a computer literate population and so mandated these things, and it's had the wrong effect, which is now being revised and we'll see later. So students don't go to university to do computing because school has taught them it's boring. It's like doing lots of arithmetic and being told that's mathematics. Why would you do mathematics at university? And in the UK we had a Royal Society report that separated this concept of digital literacy, being able to use smartphones and Microsoft products, from computer, or Facebook, from computer science, the proper intellectual discipline. What else went wrong? Well, you've seen part of the answer before. Computers became closed platforms. They became productivity tools. They became precious family resources. Suppose my household computer and my kid wants to install Linux on that, and they destroy all my family photos from doing so. That's not very good, is it? Similarly, suppose I'm a proud parent and my child is at school and they've made their name appear in glowing letters on every computer in the school computer room, and the school asks me to go and talk to them. Now, I'd like to think that I'm very proud, but actually the school tells me how much it will cost to put that all back. Everything is becoming more and more closed. There's no opportunity to explore, or less opportunity, and exploring is part of the fun. And the Raspberry Pi, as we'll see, being naked, provides a lot more ability to store. Computers used to be fun and educational. Here was a BBC Micro from 1981. It was programmed in BASIC, and it was another one made in Cambridge. It was an inspiration, by the way, for the Raspberry Pi, and it cost $400 or $500, and it's similarly plugged into a television. But it had no resources on it. You could program. People wrote amazing games. Even a sort of 7-year-old loved it when the computer says, hello, my Lord and Master of the universe, what would you like to do me for today? Even though it's a simple program. So what we do is we sat around, the various academics sat around, myself, John Crowcroft, Rob Mullins and Eben Upton, sat around moaning about the youth of today not being as good. Now, of course, the youth of today are always just as good, but we're making it harder for them. So what we said is they couldn't do any computing. If we asked them 10 years ago, 20 years ago, what was the most interesting program they'd written, they'd say, oh, my uncle gave me a BBC Micro and I did this, this and this. Now they say, oh, I built a web page and interfaced with Microsoft Office. And so we said, wouldn't it be great to build a $25 computer? And that's just what Eben Upton did in the picture up here, the one on my left, which is a $25 computer. It was rather hard to use, but then he went to work for Broadcom and found that the chip used in their set-top boxes would make a wonderful $25 computer. And after some prototypes and joining of Pete Lomas, a hardware engineer, and Jack Lang and David Braben, we founded the charity Raspberry Pi, obviously the picture, and made this board in 2012. The goal was modest. We said, oh, come on, these are for geeks, these are for people who want to do computing. Maybe we'll sell 1,000 a year for 10 years. For people who want to go to university. We had the opposite of a disaster on our hand. We had a success disaster that David Braben, the BBC interviewed, and the video went viral. We opened the e-commerce sites and we crashed our providers' websites, and we sold 1 million in the first year and nearly 2 million in the up to now. So we're nearly up to 3 million in terms of sales. This surprised us. I mean, it's a very pleasing surprise, but there was such a demand for computing that wasn't wrapped up like this. For example, a cell phone today is more powerful than the whole university computer when I went to university. But it's much harder to use this cell phone than the university computer was then. All right, you can play games, you can use apps, but how do you program it? So let me move a little to that and to look at the Raspberry Pi mission. The mission isn't to make Raspberry Pis. The mission of the Raspberry Pi is to further computer science education and related topics, especially for children, and make computing fun again, so children are made enthused by it. Look at these guys here on this picture. They're happy. Incidentally, if you look at this picture on the Raspberry Pi website and click on it, it will give you a video. But these are happy children. They're doing interesting things. They're working together. They're not learning about how do I make a slide go red on PowerPoint or how do I Google something. And that's the mission. In fact, perhaps what they're doing, so the mission is to open up computing for education again. So perhaps what they're doing is, well, like it says on the website, building a parent trap. Or making a screaming jelly baby. If you look on the Raspberry website, it will tell you how to make a parent alarm that tells your computer monitors when they go in your bedroom. This is great for 14-year-olds, you know. And you'll find so many things. But the Raspberry Pi is more than a product. It's a community. And one thing that we've been very fortunate to do in the way of Liz Upton is she has driven a blog and forums on the Raspberry Pi website and built a whole community of followers. You might say that's a barrier to entry for another one, but it makes us happy because a monoculture of a single device that many people program is very good for education. As I say, look on the website if you wish to see more of the resources. So what sort of thing can you do with a Raspberry Pi? And to me, this following picture sums it up. That's what it is. This is not boring computing, is it? If you're a child learning about computing, this is the way to do it. You put your finger in the crocodile's mouth, the Raspberry Pi sees it and closes its finger on you. This is the way computing ought to be. And so what we mean is using computers to drive interesting applications. Now, as I've said, I've just looked at 2 or 3 suitable for quite young children. The screaming jelly baby, you have a sweet and when you squeeze it, it screams because it's got some wires in that connect to a device that screams. They build this elementary electronics, but the point is they're actually making things. You see, the problem here is we've become too much teaching our children how to absorb content and not being able to create things themselves, and we do that. So let me finish on that now and go on some demonstrations. Here's my Raspberry Pi living at home or whatever, and as you see, it runs just on an ordinary television, and look, it's even showing my slides. So let me go back to this Raspberry Pi over here. And I will now just plug it in. Let's take a Raspberry Pi and I will plug it into the video. Let's plug this one in actually. We've got more Raspberry Pis than we know what to do with. And I'll plug the phone charger in, which acts as a power supply. And I can just turn that on. And with any luck, we should have a screen demonstrating. I was always warned, you never demonstrations and children are the 2 things that you don't do on stage. Sorry, can we show the video from this? Okay, so let me look at one of the other examples and we may return to that. What I now want to do is to have a look at another demonstration. So suppose I'm here in my office and I've got I'm getting old, so my hearing isn't as good, and I have a baby granddaughter who cries, and I can't hear her, and this is very bad. So what we've actually got here is a product produced by some engineers from Samsung, and this is called Peekaboo Pie. It's a Raspberry Pi inside a pig, and it is there for people. It's a normal sort of project that says when a baby cries, this will blow a fan on me to wake me up. So let's try turning that on. So maybe when I count to 3, we can all go, wah, and pretend to be a baby and see what happens. So let me now turn the thing on. 1, 2, 3, wah, wah. And the pig lights up, and you see the fan has turned on, and I'm getting blowed with lots of nice, cool air like that. Okay. So the aim is, you can say, oh, this looks very amateurish. Good. I'm a big fan of amateurish. One of the problems of education is we make these products that people think are unspeakably hard to make. It's very easy to make something like this, and it is educational. Let me go over to the next demonstration, which is something from Hatbit Lab, Sunshine Lab, and it's a demonstration. As you see, it's another demonstration made of wood, and it was in Africa, and indeed, if I press the play button here, you'll see it's counting down. So this is made for an African village or a developing site, and we'll count the thing down and watch how it goes through there. And there we are. And with any luck, that will appear on here. So we have a television.
We did it. My name is Hairu Nagash. Thank you. 감사합니다.
So this is a perfect example of what we heard. It's development in developing countries, and we find inside we've got a Raspberry Pi. So this is something that isn't an expensive one. For some villagers, it provided them their first cinema in Adolala village. Anyway, let me now go on back to the theme of my story and say, well, all right, so you've made Raspberry Pi and you've made a few demonstrations, and remember, it's important they're not too polished. Polished is bad for education. So have we made a difference? Well, at one very narrow level, sorry, could we have the slides back? On one very narrow level, my boss is very happy because I've wasted all this time on Raspberry Pi, but it's actually been returned by the applications for Cambridge now being higher than they ever were. So we've had a success, and I'd wish to replicate that around the world. Of course, it's not just Raspberry Pi. Other things have been happening in the UK as well. But it's not just my boss is happy because we've got more numbers. Nearly 3 million Raspberry Pis have made changed so many lives by teaching them how to program or to do things. Let's go to a difficult problem now. Now everybody says, but everybody should program. And I'm going to say, no, it's like music. Everybody should experience music and, or it's more important, everybody should experience music and computing when they're at school and find it, both of them, fun. Some will never be professional musicians, some will never be professional computer scientists, but it exposes the inner workings of our society to everybody, and that's a vital part of education. So our mission is to create the opportunity and inspire and indeed make the learning fun. And for my final slide, I'll say, want to join the party? Well, go and buy a Raspberry Pi. They're only $35, so it doesn't matter if your child breaks it, although they're quite hard to break. Set up a Raspberry Pi, download the operating system, learn to program, Python, Scratch, or even the Minecraft game. Attach more electronics, we've seen them there. Find like-minded people at Raspberry Jams and meetups. Have fun and learn. Right, so finally, what I'd like to do is to say, we hope that Raspberry Pi and the story of it and the things you can do provides one of the themes for this idea of innovative knowledge. So thank you again for inviting me.
네, 마이크로프트의 얘기 함께 잘 들어봤습니다. 자,
Thank you very much. I'm sure that most of you have a social media service or an online community that you access quite often. But not just reading other people's postings and maybe writing a comment on that, but having members of an online community understand each other, make use of their collective knowledge and wisdom. I think we have seen many examples these days and cases of how social media is creating a common good. Let's go on to the next presentation from Leah Navarro, who is the Entertainment Strategy and Sales Director at Reddit.com. Let's take a look at the Reddit case.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 제 이름은 리아 나바로입니다. 만나서 반갑습니다. Reddit. What is Reddit.com? Reddit is a social media platform that powers awesome communities. I like to see Reddit like a big bulletin board. Consider it the biggest, most impactful bulletin board in the world right now. Now, Reddit by the numbers is massive. In 2006, a year after Alexis Ohanian and Steve Huffman founded the site, we had over 14 million page views, generated by 700,000 unique users per month. Compare that with today, we have over 5.5 billion page views, generated by 112 million users. That's over twice the population of Korea. And all of these users are in over 200 countries worldwide. So Reddit has some rules and regulations created by the community and the Reddit team called Reddit Kit. It helps newcomers understand how to fit in with the Reddit community. Basically, the do's and the don'ts. And I'm really happy to announce that thanks to the community coming together and helping out, we have a Korean translated version for you all to read and understand how to fit in with the locals. So, how does the site work? It's quite simple. Say you find some interesting content on the web, like a Seoul Digital Forum talk. You post it on the site, and the community will vote up if they like it, or vote down if they don't. Really, that makes Reddit, that voting system, a democratic front page of the best stuff on the web. Just as you might have gone to Google to search something you are interested in, you would go to Reddit to find what everybody else is interested in. Everything on Reddit is curated and moderated by the community. A clear difference of Reddit with other social media platforms. Facebook, Google+, is a platform, they're platforms that are based off of your personal relationships, your real identity, versus Reddit is anonymous, is meant to be anonymous. That really helps people genuinely be themselves. Twitter is a really quick, fast way to connect with people via 140 characters in text. Whereas in Reddit, there is no limit to the amount of content or ideas being shared on the site. Instagram is based off of sharing photographs and short-form videos. While Reddit, we do not host videos or images. But we can index a variety of different content, from news to photographs to sound clips, from all over the web. Back when Reddit first started, people could only post links and vote on them. There were no comments or sections. But then the site started to evolve. People started to create sections, also known as subreddits. And compare that with today, we now have over 7,000 active subreddits and over 340,000 subreddits in total. Everything from pictures of cats to people sending pizza to each other, cool communities like K-pop, Bitcoin, Sherlock, gaming, vibrant communities from around the world like Korea, Mexico, the United Kingdom, even vibrant cities like Paris, Dubai. Pretty much anything and everything you can imagine, there's a subreddit for it. Even offbeat ones, like birds with arms. So every morning when I wake up, I get my cup of coffee, I go on Reddit, and on the top nav bar, I click the random button. That random button will take you to different sections of Reddit you would have never known otherwise. And then you can be involved in that section or subreddit, or you can subscribe to it. Some of my favorite subreddits are Ask Science, Ask Women, Today I Learned, Travel, and Explain It Like I'm 5, which has wonderful snippets of information. One subreddit that's quite famous among many circles is the IMA subreddit. It stands for I Am an Astronaut, Ask Me Anything. We've had tons of celebrities authors, politicians, everyday people with extraordinary stories come to this interview section of the site to answer questions and answers. Everything from Madonna, Bill Murray, Harrison Ford, director James Cameron, even Psy, and President Obama. And a couple of my favorites, Chris Hadfield, a Canadian astronaut. While he was orbiting Earth, he was talking with the Reddit community. Just mind-blowing. It was so cool to have experienced that. And then, this guy twice.
People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm-hearted person who loved me till the end. Now, people, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a one-boy, cuddly toy, my up, my down, my pride and joy. People, let me tell you about him. It's so much fun, whether we're walking man to man or whether we're walking sun to sun, 'cause he's my best friend. Yeah, he's my best friend. La la, ba da 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 ya, ba da da ya, ba da ya.
Pretty cool, right? So there are many altruistic sides of Reddit. And there is a subreddit that I personally really enjoy called Random Acts of Pizza. The tagline is restoring faith in humanity one slice at a time. It's where if you're having a bad day, possibly jobless, or even sick, you can request pizza. And other Redditors that are in a better position can come and give a hand, give some pizza to those in need. Sometimes it can happen differently, though. Last year, a guy was coming out of the LA subway in Los Angeles and took a picture of a hospital window and posted it on Reddit. The hospital window said, "Send pizza to room 4112. And this guy posted it, and Redditors took upon themselves to start sending pizza, not knowing who it was for. In fact, it was for a little girl named Hazel that had stage 3 cancer. The mother and the daughter posted the sign just for fun, really not expecting anything. And then all of a sudden, one pizza arrived, and then another, and another. The hospital had to say, "Stop sending pizzas." They had no more room for all the pizzas. Hazel and all the people on the floor in the hospital had a wonderful pizza party thanks to the kind hearts of the Reddit community. And I'm happy to say, wonderful news. After 1 year of chemo, Hazel is now cancer-free. So pizza is not the only way everyday people, everyday lives have been affected by the Reddit community. In January 2012, thieves attempted to rob an orphanage of 35 children. Anthony Omari, who worked at the orphanage, fought bravely against these thieves. And because of that, he got sliced with a machete in his face. A college student posted this on Reddit, this picture of him, asking, "Hey Reddit, can we get $2,000 to donate so we can get that wall constructed around the orphanage?" The Reddit community came together and donated a total of $100,000. Internet strangers. And that $100,000 not only got construction of the wall for the orphanage, but it also helped with all the different needs they needed. They got 2 night guards, And again, the community coming together to make the world a better place. In January 2012, the capital of Haiti, Port-au-Prince, had a 7.0 earthquake. The Reddit community came together with the organization Direct Relief International. In less than 5 hours, they donated a total of $30,000. So we told the community, hey, let's double it. The Reddit community not only doubled the amount, they went over $100,000 in donations for Haiti. Reddit was the single largest donor of the Direct Relief International organization. Another side of Reddit facet is Global Reddit Service Day. It happens once a year, and we're about to hit our third. It's where people can come together, fellow Redditors, help build houses, help build playgrounds, plant flowers, or host a concert, fundraiser concert. Global Reddit Service Day is the perfect excuse to get together and meet fellow Redditors and make new friends. And another section of Reddit that I absolutely love is called Reddit Gifts. It's a Secret Santa style exchange that started from a post on Reddit back in 2009 by founder Dan McComas. This past holiday, we had over 121,000 people in over 189 countries come together and give gifts to each other. Almost over 500,000 gifts. Internet strangers, it's just mind-blowing. And because of this, we received our third Guinness World Record for exchanges of these types. People have received 4-day cruises for 2, iPads, TVs, computers, gaming consoles. Tons of celebrities have been involved, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Shaq O'Neal, even Bill Gates. This past August, we had our second annual Teachers Exchange. This is for teachers that are in need of supplies. We had more than 10,000 teachers sign up. And thanks to the kind hearts of the Reddit community, they donated over $500,000 worth of supplies. All of these anecdotes, all of these mind-blowing stories are just the tip of the iceberg. The outpouring love and compassion, desire and help to make the world a better place by the Reddit community is very humbling. Reddit has allowed many people, millions of people, to come together and genuinely be themselves. In my opinion, this is the real innovation in social media technologies. In creating the functionality to allow people to share ideas and content, we have also allowed the lone voices of the world to participate in a like-minded chorus to get their message heard. The ripple effect of social media has changed many lives. Whether it's sending pizza to those in need, kids getting the needed transplants, or saving you from a boring day at work. Everything that happens on the Reddit community is curated and moderated, and they're together to have fun, to see pictures of cats, or to post really interesting information. Now, it's your turn to find what subreddits are out there that need help. Or maybe you can create the next random acts of kimchi. It's in your hands to see what other causes are out there to help. And today, I challenge you all to join me as an element of change in this world. 감사합니다.
네, 좋은 말씀해주신 리아 나바로.
Thank you very much, Leah Navarro, for that very heartwarming and interesting presentation. Let's go on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is doing his best to make what is in the virtual space something that takes part in our real world. I believe that you have already heard about Bitcoin, right? Let's meet with the person who created Corbit, which is actually the exchange for Bitcoins. Mr. Yu Young-suk, please welcome him on stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever sent money directly overseas? It's not easy. As you know, have you ever tried sending 100 won overseas, or 500 won, or 1,000 won? When it's a small amount of cash, it's almost impossible to send it overseas because there's a large charge, and sometimes the charge is much larger than the actual money sent if it's a small amount. But if we could be more free in sending and receiving money internationally, then how would the society change? Have you ever imagined this? If, for example, I'm listening to the radio and I find the music's very nice, would it be possible to send a 10 won as a tip to the musician? Wouldn't that make our society richer? That is our dream when we do business. We want a world where people can be, where people are able to exchange money more freely. So if it takes 10,000 won in fee to make an exchange, we only charge a fraction of that. We allow 2 clicks and 1 touches by the consumers to make a settlement, and our fees are very low, only 2 to 3%. We're a new startup, but we're very competitive in price. The reason why we was able to do that was because we introduced an advanced technology before other people. This allows us to interact with other companies throughout the world and build a network. So today I'll talk about our technology and our network. In finance, the most important thing is security, and especially the record, the transaction record of the customers. This is what we call a ledger, and we manage this in a different way compared to other companies. Most companies try to keep this ledger confidential, but we try to disseminate it as much as possible so that anybody can participate and manage it with us. We found that this way was more safe, because if a hacker wants to make a change or modify this ledger, it's okay. But since there are so many other copies, it's easier for us to restore it to the original state, even after the hacker has tampered with it. We first thought that this was impossible, and it was a problem considered to be unsolvable by the computer science area. This is a centralized system, and there's one weakness. That's the central point. The focal point is the weakness. But we wanted a more distributed network without that weak focal point. And our technology would be based on this sort of structure. This was impossible until recently, but in 2008, a solution was provided by someone. Even when the solution was out, nobody really recognized this. I think one of the reasons behind this is because the person who invented this didn't disclose his real name. He disclosed it, he announced it anonymously, and just quietly announced it. So people didn't realize that. Furthermore, this person fused many different areas, computer science, cryptography, finance, etc., to create this new thing. This is not the inventor. This is the actor Matt Damon. Anyhow, that scholar directly created the program and showed it to the world. In early 2009, he made a software, created a software that could show how these technologies interacted. People started to use this and realized that it was working together. For example, if you add one transaction item on a ledger, the same item was added to all the ledgers that was throughout the world. We call this drop chain. It's a global ledger that everybody can look up and add, but nobody can delete an item. So it is a public ledger. Then, if this technology is developed, what can we use it for? The first application that we can think about is finance, because that's the place where a ledger was created first. People might look at recording transactions on this ledger, settlements and liabilities, assets, etc. But in addition to recording on the ledger, people thought it would be good to have a certain unit for managing the ledger. So the principle for a new currency was recorded, and every time something was written on the ledger, then that meant that the currency was exchanged. But the currency on ledger is different from the existing currency. It's more transparent, it's more accurate, and it's less costly because all the transaction of that currency is recorded on the ledger, so you can see it at a glance. So some people started to prefer this new currency over the existing currency. There are several currencies that were created this way, and one of them was called Bitcoin. It is one of the 100 top currencies in the world. That's how large it grew. So this is a currency that exists on ledger only, and it's very interesting because it has some new functions as well. For example, if I give somebody money, I can attach a condition to that. I pay somebody and say that you can only use this money after a year. Then the person who receives that money cannot use that money for a year. Or if he wants to use that, even if he does try to use it, people on the network will not allow that because it's against the rules. I could also give money to both my parents and say that it belongs to both of them. That means unless the two parents agree, they cannot use the money at all. So it's a currency with intelligence. It's a currency that's programmable. In the past, when we exchanged money, we used to require a contract, but a contract becomes unnecessary. contract means that there's an agreement, there are certain conditions and terms, and depending on how those conditions and terms are complied, money is exchanged. However, in this smart contract or currency on ledger means that if you let the money know what has happened, then the money is exchanged by itself. It's automatic. So a contract becomes unnecessary. In the non-finance field, it was applied in different ways. For example, there's a Dropbox, which is a file storage service. Well, I upload my file onto a server of a certain company. Then this file storage service is a hardware sharing service. And if this takes place on a public ledger, instead of being managed by a company, the cost is lowered and it becomes accessible to so many other people. It can also be applied to messenger service and Kakao. Rather than a company providing it, it is a people-to-people exchange. Even internet access means that people can go to the internet directly rather than going through a telecom company. It's a public ledger that provides us with certain lessons. Until now, our society was based on credit and trust. So, in order to make a transaction, we had to guarantee credit, and that also cost money. But if you use the public ledger technology, you can transact without that credit. Transacting without credit is a little bit hard to understand, so I make a comparison. Let's say I'm holding an apple and drop it. Then it'll drop to the ground. And nobody has to guarantee that. I don't have to trust anybody because it's a natural phenomenon. It's the rule of nature. In this public ledger, everything is based on mathematics. In other words, a rule of nature. So the transaction takes place without any guarantees or credit guarantees. Until now, there were certain transactions that required guarantees or credit. So that meant that there was a certain limit as to how we could transact with each other. In other words, we couldn't go beyond our borders, or we could only transact through a small number of companies. But now this new technology allows us to go beyond borders or certain geographic limitations and allows us to establish a direct transactional relationship with anyone in the world. The time has come when this has become possible. I'd like to share with you a case where this is actually applied. This person looks at how people in Africa use bitcoins. It's a video clip. It's a documentary about 5 minutes long. A sister in the US wants to send money to his little brother in Africa. And this documentary explains how this takes place.
My name is Sugarna, and I'm 20 years old. I'm studying bachelor's in accounting and finance. I like money, first of all, and I like business. Yeah. My family lives right here in Mackenzie. Yeah, my mom, my big sister, my brother, and me.
My name is Rona Nsuruga. Ronald is my younger brother. I live in Brookline, Massachusetts, and I'm from Kampala, Uganda.
She moved there in 2011 with her fiancé.
So currently he doesn't work, he just goes to college full time. And I send him some money for tuition and upkeep.
It's very difficult to find a job in Uganda. It's so difficult. Even if you have your papers, even if you went to school, it's very difficult. Rona first sent me money through MoneyGram last year, 2013, in August. It was money for my tuition fees.
MoneyGram and Western Union are great services, right? She needs to get money to Africa. You know, if you put it in an envelope, you're going to lose it. There's only one issue with these services, actually two, right? One is the speed.
The whole process takes like 2 days.
And the other is the price, right? They're taking 10%. If she wanted to send $40, which would really help Ronald, that's going to cost her $10, $15. So you're talking 30, 40%.
It's more expensive depending on when you want the other person to pick up the money.
The banks in Uganda love to take money from the poor. So if you put in $100, in 5 months, it's going to be gone.
Exactly.
They just eat all kinds of fees. All the fees that we fought about in the United States and basically threatened to put the banks out of business, they just tack on to Uganda. This was why did I buy the first Bitcoins, was to see if I could send money to her brother in Uganda. So I Facebooked her brother, who got back right away. What, you're going to send me money? Hey, you know.
He was giving me all the instructions on Facebook.
I sent him the 10 cents, right? He gets that. Now I know his multi-bid is working, so I sent him $30. And I said, as soon as I sent it, he's like, I got it. I go, you exchange that to Ugandan shillings, and I'll send you more.
I couldn't believe it that I can get money via the internet. I open up my account on the internet and there is money.
So he slapped his laptop shut, put the USB stick in, and ran off to the town to try and find someone who would purchase his Bitcoins.
I told him I want to sell him Bitcoin. He gave me his wallet address number. Send to this wallet address number so that I give you hard cash, Uganda shillings.
And that's how beautiful a remittance market can work. As long as there's any demand in Uganda, and there is, and it's hard for them to receive it, they become person-to-person exchanges.
Right now in Uganda, so far, not a lot of people know about Bitcoin. Yeah? But for me, I use Bitcoin because I know somewhere I can sell Bitcoin. When my sister or my sister's fiance send me money via Bitcoin, I save a lot of money.
A cell phone in Uganda for a year is cheaper than the banking fees you get for a year.
Yeah.
So Bitcoin fits right in there. Cell phones are really all their technologies. They listen to their music on it, they communicate with it. To add banking basically for free, well, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I can send you money through Bitcoin at the lowest rate possible and so instantly.
You know, remittances is $500 billion a year in the world. I think it's $500 billion a year because it's so expensive. Okay, so imagine if it was, we could send $20.
I think if we have a currency that's not controlled by the government, everyone will be equal. That's what I think.
So a sister in the US could send money to his brother in Africa in a more efficient way than the past. That was the story. So you can use this public ledger technology and create certain services. I hope you can be imaginative in this process. Thank you.
네, 2014 서울 데이터 포럼 함께하고 있습니다. 음료
What do you do with the empty plastic bottles that you drank from, for example, bottled water, empty bottles? I remember when we were young, we used to make rockets out of them. Some people made use of the empty water bottles to put alcohol in it to fool some friends. But let's say, for example, this empty plastic bottle could be changed into a very affordable bulb, light bulb. Let's take a look at this example. We will listen to the story of Alfredo Moser and the journalist Claire Rigby, who made that story be known around the world, and listen to the words of Ilac Diaz, a social entrepreneur. Let's take a look at what this amazing story is about. Please welcome them on stage.
안녕하세요. Pleasure to be here. The world's full of bright ideas, but there could rarely be such an idea with such simple beauty and sheer brilliance as the Moser lamp. Bringing sunlight into some of the darkest and poorest homes in the world. It's my great pleasure to introduce to you today the inventor of the Moser lamp, all the way from Uberaba, Brazil, Alfredo Moser.
Dois, três. Thank you.
So the story of the Moser lamp begins in the 1970s in Brasilia, where Alfredo Moser was working as a mechanic. At the time, there were a number of plane crashes in the very remote Amazon area of Brazil, and Alfredo had a conversation with his boss at the time as to how the survivors might signal for help. His boss told him that it was possible to direct sunlight through a piece of glass, creating a fire and sending up a smoke signal. The idea stayed with Alfredo and evolved many years later from that smoke signal into his very own message in a bottle, the Moser lamp. Alfredo, you've been a mechanic your entire life. You're always accustomed to solving problems every day. What was it that gave you the idea of creating the Moser lamp? Alfredo, você é mecânico, você é acostumado a solucionar problemas todo dia. O que deu a ideia para você de criar a lâmpada do Moser?
Foi desde 2001 que tinha vários apagões no Brasil. E quando foi um dia à tarde, fui na casa da minha prima, tinha uma garrafinha PET de pequena com água, torcida, a luz do sol batia nela, refletindo claridade na parede. Foi onde que eu fiquei com a ideia na cabeça.
Legal. It was in about 2001, there were a lot of power cuts in Brazil at the time, and around the same time, he was at the house of a cousin of his, and he was sitting at the table with her when he saw the light reflecting through a small bottle of water onto the wall and shining a light onto the wall, and the idea stayed in his mind. You met somebody at the time who talked to you about the light, who told you something important for you about light. What was that? Você conheceu alguém nessa época que falou alguma coisa para você sobre luz, né?
Eu encontrei um dia de tarde o Chico Xavier na rua e fui cumprimentar ele e conversando com ele, ele falou: Moser, você vai ter uma luz na sua vida, mas só que essa luz não vai ser sua, vai ser do povo.
He met in the street one afternoon in his hometown of Uberaba, Chico Xavier, who's an important spiritualist leader in Brazil, very famous in Brazil. Chico Xavier told Alfredo that he would have a light in his life, but the light would not belong to him, but it would belong to the people. So when you came up with the idea of the Moser lamp, well, was there a process of experimenting until you came up with the final version? Quando você inventou a lâmpada de Moser, teve uma etapa de experimentação?
Teve, eu coloquei uma garrafinha pequena dessa no telhado, deu uma claridadezinha boa, mas aí eu peguei uns vidros para fazer teste também, né? Mas aí eu vi que o certo é uma garrafa PET de 2 litros com água potável e 2 tampinhas de água sanitária e uma ponteira em cima para proteger a tampa do raio solar.
Yes, he tried out at first with small bottles of water, and he later then experimented also with glass bottles. But he soon realized that the right way to go about it was a 2-liter PET bottle filled with drinking water, clear drinking water. He added 2 caps of just ordinary household bleach and a black film canister on top to protect the cap from the sunlight. What's the role of the bleach in the Moser lamp? Qual é o papel da água sanitária nessa lâmpada?
Água sanitária para proteger, para a água não ficar verde e para combater a dengue.
The bleach helps to keep the water clean and clear and avoids any green effect from algae, and also protects the water from dengue, which is a big problem in Brazil. And how long could a lamp like that last if it was prepared and installed properly? Quanto tempo podia durar uma lâmpada dessas?
Essa lâmpada de Moser eu tenho colocado lá há mais de 10 anos.
Yeah. He has some Moser lamps that he installed more than 10 years ago, and they're still fine. So you've since developed some ways to channel the light. How does that part work? Você desenvolveu algumas formas de canalizar a luz também. Como funciona essa parte?
Essa parte funciona, você entre o telhado e uma laje, você abre um buraco na laje e um cilindro de 45 e coloca papel laminado nele para a claridade dar melhor, e depende da altura você coloca duas lâmpadas de Moser.
So he's saying if you had roof tiles and then you have a ceiling in between the roof tiles and the room itself, you would install the Moser lamp as usual inside one of the roof tiles. You then open a hole in the ceiling and pass a cylinder through that was lined with aluminium paper, and it brings the light down into the room. You might use 2 lamps at the top. You might use 2 bottles in the top for extra illumination. Does the Moser lamp work even when it's cloudy or when it's raining? Se a lâmpada de Moser funciona quando tiver nuvem ou quando estiver chovendo?
Quando tiver nuvem ela escurece um pouquinho, mas quando começa a chover ela tem uma claridade uniforme.
When it's cloudy, it does go a bit darker, of course, but when it rains, it takes on quite a bright clarity and even a certain uniformity of light. How did you first discover that the Moser lamp had been so widely adopted in the Philippines in particular, and also in around 20 countries now? Como você ficou sabendo de que a lâmpada de Moser tinha sido adotado nas Filipinas, em tantos países?
Foi quando eu fui no aniversário do meu pai dos 90 anos. O meu sobrinho Diogo, ele chamou a minha família e me chamou também e falou: você sabia que através da lâmpada de Moser já está tendo até nas Filipinas, que o Ilaque Dias levou lâmpada de Moser para a população mais pobre do mundo?
It was at his father's 90th birthday when his nephew Diogo called the family together. There was a party for his father's birthday. At the end of the party, his nephew called all the family together and said, I want to tell you something about my uncle, whose invention, the Moser lamp, has been adopted all over the world, in fact, in the Philippines. And it was the first time that he'd heard about Ilaque Diaz, who had taken his idea into the Philippines and was bringing it to some of the poorest people there. You've won very wide recognition for the Moser lamp, particularly in Brazil, and increasingly internationally. Here we are in Korea talking about the Moser lamp, which is the first time you've left Brazil. You've never made any money from your invention, though, and I just wondered what, for you, in that case, what has been the greatest reward for you? Então, você ganhou bastante reconhecimento no mundo, no Brasil, na sua família, incluso, e aqui internacionalmente também para a lâmpada de Mozart, mas você nunca ganhou dinheiro com isso. Então, qual tem sido a melhor recompensa para você?
Com isso eu fiquei muito orgulhoso e nunca imaginava que através de uma lâmpada de Mozart que ia trazer tanto benefício para a população mais pobre do mundo.
He feels very proud about it, and he could never have imagined that the Moser lamp would bring so much benefit to so many poor people in the world. It was something he hadn't contemplated. So you told me something that your father told you about the lamp, or I think in general, actually. What was that? O seu pai falou uma coisa importante para você, não falou?
O meu pai falou que o sol nasceu para todos e que vamos usufruir do sol. E que essa lâmpada de Mozart fica livre para sempre e para todos usar ela.
His father told him many times, his father told him that the sun rises for everybody, and the sun is there for everyone to use and enjoy. And for him, he would also like that the Moser lamp should also always be available for everybody to use and enjoy. So Alfredo's brilliant idea has brought him quite a lot of recognition, particularly in Brazil, where he's been interviewed regularly since 2001 by local news channels and also national news channels in Brazil. Internationally as well, there's been a lot of interest. Recently, he's been interviewed by German and US TV stations, and last year in particular, a BBC story about the Moser lamp by the journalist Gibi Zobel went viral on the BBC website and was the most viewed story that year, I believe, on that section of the website. But it wasn't until 2011 that the idea in practical terms really took flight, and that was when, in the Philippines, the My Shelter Foundation took the idea and really gave it wings. They put the idea into practice into thousands of homes, some of the poorest parts of the Philippines, including in some disaster-hit areas. So we're just going to hear a message from the director of the My Shelter Foundation, Ilac Diaz.
To Alfredo Moser, one thing with people that have almost nothing is the fact that they're willing to share everything. And one of the things that we've seen with Litter of Light is the fact that when that bottle comes down and when that first ray of sunshine touches the inside of the homes, improving the lives inside by giving them bright sunshine, it just creates this radiance that, you know, the children smile, the people look at it, and they realize that their lives are changed forever. Alfredo Moser, you have changed millions of people's lives.
I would like to welcome to the stage now, all the way from the Philippines, the Executive Director and Founder of My Shelter Foundation, Ilac Diaz.
Thank you, Claire. Encountering Alfredo Moser was almost inevitable in my life journey. I come from the Philippines, where we have basically the front line of climate change, 20 storms, 5 of them destructive. One of the things that always happen is we always think that big problems need big solutions, need large groups of people, large groups of corporations. But nobody really talks about the number of young people that come to help. And so my dream in this kind of disasters, you know, you see the first 3 months where when the disaster comes in, you see the big organizations come in, but after the 3 months when the press is gone, it's left to a lot of young men and left to the people there. And so my idea was, why are we looking only at that? Why don't we look for something that can empower the people, the base of the pyramid, the people that are left behind? And so one of the things that happened really was, okay, yes, there's food,
There's water consumption. Every disaster, after, you give somebody something to eat, the next week they're hungry again. I said, how can we do something more empowering to young people? And so I was walking around, and one of the things that I saw a lot was basically this plastic bottle. It comes with the food. You have a plastic bottle. There's medicine. It comes with the plastic bottle. And so I was thinking, there's so much plastic bottles, and each one of them, you drink, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then you throw it away, and each one of that becomes a problem. It's 1,000 years to get rid of. And so one of the first things we did was look at the massive number of schools that were destroyed. And we did not have money, and so one of the things that we saw was people were going we were looking at the junk areas where people were throwing away the bottles. And we realized there was a lot of it. And so what we would do was we would fill it up with mud. Mud's widely available. You just push it in, and then you dry it up. And then later on, you take chicken feathers, and because there's no steel, and so you mix it with a little bit of cement, and you start putting the bottles on top of each other. And slowly, slowly, you would be able to build schools at half the costs. You will be able to give jobs to the people there. But at the same time, these things are beautiful. A lot of people think big money, but sometimes I think, how long till it gets done? Now, one of the things we did was we built, several of these schools. But once again, there was no power. And so one of the things that happened was, if you fill it with mud, it becomes a brick. But if you fill it with water, it becomes a window. Flat glass is so expensive that it's really hard to come by. But the thing there is, you cannot have a school without light. How will the children read? And so from there, we came across the invention of Alfredo Moser, where with plastic bottles put through the roof with a little bit of metal sheet, he would have this beautiful 55 watts of bright light. And one of the things that people don't realize with sunlight is it's vitamin D. So the children are healthier. At the same time, the costs, it saves about $10 of electricity or lamp. And then we saw, wait, if we're suffering this, then how big is the problem in the world? And it happens to be, we found out that 20 million Filipinos in the world does not have access to electricity. But look at the bigger one, energy poverty. 1 billion people don't have light. Simple, replicable, and it gives the power to the youth. I haven't shown this to Alfredo Moser, but we put our video of putting the first light in the Philippines. And within 2 months, we hit 4 million hits and hundreds of inquiries around the world, starting with 1 bottle, 1 carpenter, 1 beneficiary. It went 300, 600, 1,000, 1,500 to the present state of 350,000 in 20 countries around the world. I'd like to show you a little video of what that looks like.
Brazil!
And slowly spread. This is in Colombia. 15,000 houses.
You can do it again and again and again.
Kenya, 25,000 about.
And it grows.
Peru. Once you give people the power to be able to do something,
and you're part of something,
everybody makes things so complicated, so expensive that the young people get paralyzed. Believe it or not, they invited us to Spain. Spain? Gypsies. The woman said, this is a gift from God, a gift of light. And that is exactly what happened with Alfredo Moser. But the big problem really was, when the disaster struck, what happens when it most counts? The evening, when there's danger to the children, when people cannot seem to move on because of the darkness. And so what we did was we put a simple LED, and then we put it on top with a sensor. But the most important thing there is it added onto it, so it became a total solution. With all the houses that had bottle lights on it, it became a market for us, for women to produce the LED LED. It's very simple, 8 pieces next to each other, parts that you can get from your electrical shop, batteries that you can get for your computer shop. A lot of people don't realize that when you buy solar, imported, patented, expensive, when the battery breaks down or when a piece breaks, you cannot replace it. So every 2.5 years, you know, you're so kind, you give all of this light, but the fact is, if they buy it, even on microcredit, on 36%, in 2.5 years, it's designed to fail. And so what makes it so beautiful is the fact that it can be repaired, it can be built, and it gives jobs to people. One of the biggest challenges for us, again, was the recent tragedy, which was the disaster. This time, 4.2 million people were affected by Typhoon Haiyan. And so what we did was we took, again, this light, and very simply, we had the women build it. And it's very simple. What we would do is they would build the light, we would pay them to put it together, and then, sorry, this is a sort of a quickie kind of demonstration. Put it down. And we would give them 10 hours of light. Sometimes this kind of big challenges makes you think, not only how do you give, but how do you empower. I'd like to show you a little video of what we had to do to light up not only houses, but whole villages, how we were able to empower the women to build light for them to have for their houses, but at the same time for them to light up whole villages that did not have this light. Okay, we'll see that. So what was important here was the fact that immediately without any, when they were living in tents, they would have light. But the nice thing there is the way that it changed, the way that it brought this kind of new energy. Because first of all, they would run out of batteries. That would be exhausted in a couple of days. They would run out of candles. And kerosene, a lot of people don't realize how poisonous kerosene is. But what people don't realize in massive disaster is the fact that most of these kerosenes, they spill. There's a very high probability it will spill, cause fire, or even worse, burn children. Not only were we able to make lights, but we were able to make street lights. And so the power of making it easy to do, easy to find the materials, but at the same time, easy to make a livelihood. It's not the power of the big, but the power of empowering small groups of people to do amazing things. Not expensive, high-tech expensive, but small and high impact. And this has all made the difference in bringing light all around the world through the Moser lamp and the liter of light. Thank you.
So I think that this occasion, this opportunity to bring Ilac and Alfredo together for the first time is just such a wonderful opportunity to try and understand how a brilliant idea can really take flight when somebody with the vision to sort of take it on to the next level comes along. I think it's absolutely encapsulation of innovative wisdom, the whole theme of this conference. So you've already spoken a little bit in your video about Alfredo, and just wondered, after all this time of knowing about his work, how it feels to actually get together and meet each other. So how do you feel about that?
It's always great to come back to the most difficult one is to start something, to start an idea from the ground. But innovation is also the fact that, you have to take that idea, and if you substantially improve upon it, it is also an invention. What is the key here is how do we take it out of the garage? And how do you scale it? How do you empower other people to continue it? Not like, give me funds so that I can help people, but the power of the internet, and this is the power that, the young people have now that has never been done before, is the power of, using the internet, social media. People would come online, Skype, so we can teach them. And at the same time, we have PayPal. We have all of this great media whereby we can now, instead of having a centralized office, now decentralized everywhere. And so it is a great thing to be inspired. And I would like to say that, we have not met, but I felt that somehow I was always part of the family.
Falou que muitas coisas, mas ele falou também que não se tinha conhecido, mas ele sempre se sentiu parte da sua família.
Certo.
Alfredo, I
Thank you.
wanted to ask you the same thing. Como se sente de conhecer o Iraque, de ter sabido sobre ele tanto tempo e agora de conhecer ele?
Eu fico muito satisfeito de ter encontrado agora o Ilac Dias, especialmente, e que ele abraçou essa lâmpada de Mose, e que teve muita coragem também, igual o Mose teve, e que está trazendo mais emprego através da lâmpada de Mose para a população, a meninada e o jovem, né, os adultos, tudo, e que todo mundo tenha uma luz dentro da sua residência, né, que era
Yeah. Everybody talks about Edison,
Desculpa, I'm just gonna,
but we never talk about how the developing country has its own solutions and its
Can
own
I just
Edison.
translate? I just want to translate what
Okay.
he said. So Alfredo was just saying that it's a great, great pleasure to finally meet you after all this time. He's very proud of you for having embraced the idea and for having the courage to really take it forward and bringing it into the homes of so many poor people. I think that was it, yeah. Ilac, I wanted to ask you, really have, taken on this sort of beautiful simplicity of the Moser lamp, and you've taken it to a new level, and incorporating quite complex variables, including building a kind of economic ecosystem around the lamp, which involves creating employment for people and creating income for people. And I just wondered, it's quite complex, actually, in contrast with the simplicity of the idea itself. And I wondered, what are the values that really underpin the Liter of Light project? What is it that actually drives it?
One of the things is the movement away from charity or giving, which is a cash burn kind of economy, cash burn kind of a system where, you're given a donation and at the same time you spend it. And so you really affect just a few people. And so the Liter of Light was basically, you could do it to do good. You could put your money together, but you would not be able to scale it. So really what needed to be done was, what was that market, what was that value added that would be job creating? That means if it's job creating, it's not just you go there and then after you do this awareness, once you leave, nobody cares. It had to have some kind of, do good, but at the same time, bring in the essentials, which is, money for food and for education for the children. So with the solar light, it's mostly created by women cooperatives around the world. And what happens is with the simple copper plate, the zipper copper board, local parts, or if they don't have money, they can go to waste electronic parts and pick out some from there. But they would be able, so if Moser lamp, we would charge maybe $1 for somebody to install it. The Liter of Light, we would be able to get $4 each. And so this created an economy that, once you start producing it in the hundreds, more and more people would want to be part of it. More and more people would want to scale it. You build it, you get paid. The man who installs it on the roof gets paid. And so it becomes something of a green product, not something that you get from another country and then you just sell it. It was something that could be repeated. But the best thing about moving away from charity is you make yourself obsolete. If all the parts are available in the country, at a certain point, you don't have to be there to be the change. And that is the beauty of this kind of system. It earns money, but at the same time, you're able to pull yourself away from the system of having to provide the essential money to provide the most essential thing, which is light.
Yeah. And as I understand it as well, when disaster hits, despite this kind of economy that's grown up around Liter of Light, when disaster really hits, people aren't having to pay for it at the time. You also distribute the light free. Is that correct?
Right. So what we do is, we don't want when a disaster strikes, a lot of them, they put people in tent cities. And a lot of times they think that that tent city will go away. Usually it lasts a year or 2 years. And so a lot of people get dissuaded also because it's not a source of pride to be receiving everything. And so what we do is we actually help out by bringing there just the parts, and then we solder the parts together and we pay them per piece. So we're given funds to be able to give livelihood, but at the same time solve a problem. And this also builds the cash flow and the confidence in the area. Now, why is this important? Because, as I said, the country has a cycle of disasters with climate change. And so the next time there's a disaster, all you have to do is bring the parts there, and you have an army of people that can produce the product for you anywhere in the country. And hopefully, during times, it will solve the poverty. It saves electricity bills. But during time of disaster, it's real magic where you can use the power of the people to empower their homes.
Yeah. Alfredo, Ilak's talking a little bit about the way that the Liter of Light project provides employment and self-realization, sustainability, and self-reliance for people. What do you think about that? O Ilak está falando sobre o jeito do litro de luz prover uma economia no entorno de ele que tem a ver com empreendedorismo assim, pequeno, social, criar emprego para as pessoas, criar renda para as pessoas. O que você acha sobre esse aspecto?
Isso eu acho um papel muito bonito que o Ilac Dias, agora através da lâmpada de Mose, está trazendo mais benefícios para a população, emprego, e a população mais carente, ou pobre lá que seja, tem energia dentro da sua residência.
Yeah, he thinks he's very, very happy about this aspect of also not just bringing light to people, but also helping to bring employment and income into people's homes.
Right. Once you don't provide employment, what happens in the disaster is that people will leave towards the city. And so the very people that can help and is the essential part of the rebuilding is actually vacating. And so this creates a great tragedy in these disasters, is the fact that you don't transition them immediately from supporting or from supporting them to providing them a sense of livelihood.
Yeah. And I wanted to ask you as well, what are some of the real challenges in doing that? What are some of the worst challenges that you face in implementing Liter of Light?
The beauty about Liter of Light is it's a two-step process. Once you put thousands of bottle lights on the roofs, after 2 months, we go back to those houses and we ask them, now that you're able to save electricity, do you want to now buy, because it saves about $8 to $10, do you want to now buy a $10 liter of light? And so the beauty about this is you might lose a little money in installing it, but the fact there is you have a huge market that really, the product you're really trying to sell is not a plastic bottle of water, but it's really the fact that the night light. How do you introduce the cheapest daylight, but at the same time the cheapest emergency light in the world?
Yeah. And I suppose, starting to wrap up as well, I'd love to know, I think that from an incredibly simple idea, which I think as well the beauty of the Moser lamp is that it has this ability to lend itself to these kind of projects, and at the same time it remains an open source, free knowledge for the world, open source free wisdom, which I know is something quite important to Alfredo as well. And just wondered, what's in the future for the Moser lamp and the Liter of Light? What would you like to see happening in future?
People talk about solving energy poverty in big terms. As I said, large windmills and large hydro dams. And really, if you know about it, most of these things are in the provinces, but the power lines head for the city. So the very people that where this kind of construction is built and who has the greatest need are the people that don't have it. And so when you think about the billion people who have, you know, the capacity to do something, you have to make it local. And so one of the things we're doing is we're looking slowly for sponsorships, but our dream really is to have a village package where we can send the raw materials to 10, 20, 30, you know, or more places around the world, and they can start their very own Liter of Light program. Now, the thing about enterprise is once you sell it, you can buy the materials again, and so it grows. So just like an entrepreneur, you start out with a small store, but slowly, you'll be able to get back your capital and grow. And so we call it a seed capital, or a seed capital to begin, you know, knowledge and skills, how to build solar lights, and of course, the inevitable consequence that it will escalate and do its duty and affect the 20 million in my country and 1 billion people that needs light today.
And what about you, Alfredo? What do you see and what would you hope for the future of the Moser lamp? Queria perguntar para você, o que você gostaria de ver lá no futuro para a lâmpada de Moser?
É que essa lâmpada de Moser no futuro ela fique para sempre para o povo e que todos adotem essa lâmpada de Moser. E que ela também ajuda a combater o meio ambiente.
That it should remain free, open to everyone, that people should really use the Moser lamp. He would like to see it being used widely, and also he's very happy as well that it's also an environmentally safe way of having light. So I'd just like to wrap up then by saying that seeing the Moser lamp working for the first time, I think, is just an amazing experience. You can see something, or you saw a little of what the Moser lamp looks like in action here using electrical light, but you can actually see it in action outside the main entrance, where there's a specially constructed booth with lots of Moser lamps in the ceiling, and it's a really amazing experience. I really recommend that you should go and take a look.
And on top is the Liter of Light.
And at night time it lights up with the solar-powered Liter of Light. So during the day it's a classic Moser lamp, and at night it's a Liter of Light, solar light. We're going to go over there just now as well, if anybody would like to join us and come and chat about the Moser lamp and the Liter of Light. So just to wrap up, just like to say it's been such a privilege to be here. Really like to thank both of you, Ilak Diaz and Alfredo Moser.
Thank you.
네, 이상으로 혁신적 지혜를 여는 세 번째 열쇠, 밝히다 세션은
This concludes the third session, Enlighten. During the break, you will be able to go visit the booth with the Moser lamp and Liter of Light project in action. We'll take a short break, and from 3 o'clock, we'll proceed with the next session. Please come back here and take your seats by 2:55. From 2:30, we have a in-depth session, deep dive session. So if you're interested, please take the opportunity to attend those sessions. Thank you.
네, 이것으로 밝히다 세션 마치도록 하겠습니다. 방금 안내드린 바와 같이 잠시 후 휴식 시간에는 연사들과 함께하는 모저 램프와 리터 오브 라이트 프로젝트를 직접 시연해 볼 수 있는 자리가 마련되어 있습니다. 관심 있는 분들은 나오셔서 함께 직접 참여해 보셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 또한 휴식 시간 가진 뒤에 오후 3시부터는 다음 세션을 진행할 예정인데요. 특히 깜짝 놀랄 분들은 저희가 초대해서 객석에서 함께 하신다고 하니까요. 여러분들의 많은 기대와 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. 또한 오후 4시부터는 생방송이 진행될 예정입니다. 여러분들 많은 기대와 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. During the break, we can actually hands-on and demonstration Moser lamp and Liter of Light project with our speakers. So please take this chance and experience them on your own. After the break at 3 o'clock, we are inviting special guests to surprise you, so don't miss it. And one more thing, we have on-air live show from 4 p.m. So thank you for your kind attention. 그 다음 세션이 진행될 예정입니다. 참가자분들께서는 시간에 맞춰서 자리에 참석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다음 세션은 특히 깜짝 놀랄 면들도 객석에 함께 하신다고 하니까요. 많은 기대 부탁드리겠습니다. 또한 오후 4시에는 생방송이 함께 진행됩니다. 지금 아직도 밖에 계시는 분들은 홀 안쪽으로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? The next session will begin within 5 minutes. Please be seated in time and take your seats. Thank you.
그래서 이번 세션 네, 서울 디지털 포럼 2014 혁신적 제 기술에서 공공성을 찾다라는 주제 하에 여러분과 함께 하고 있습니다. 많은 분들이 이 자리에서 함께 해주셨습니다. 아까 제가 쉬는 시간 전에 특별한 분이 함께 해주셨습니다.
We have with us many participants and we have very special people. We'd like to interview one of them. We have Hyolin from Sistar and Henry from Super Junior. Nice to see you. I'd like to first ask Hyolin. Let's go with you first. You did an advertising, a commercial in the subway, and how was it? It was, it's not very often that I get to ride in a subway, and I was kind of nervous that a lot of people would recognize me. And I saw many people studying or playing games on their smartphones, and they were watching videos. So they were just staring into the screens, and they didn't even know that I was riding the subway along with them. So I guess this is what happens when the digital era. Were you sorry that people did not recognize you? Well, it would have been nicer if they did recognize me, but yes, why don't we ask you? I did not shoot a commercial for the subway. Well, we will try to work with you next year, maybe. We made the same promise with the others. Do you get to attend these forums, like Seoul Digital Forum? No, this is my first time. I love SDF. So how is it having attended the forum? Well, we have a lot of very famous and prestigious people. Is Bill Gates here with us? Well, he's not here this year. So maybe you could invite Bill Gates next year? Yes, and you can shoot that commercial. Is there a session that you're interested in? I like all kinds of sessions, but I guess I would be interested in sessions that are related to music or products related to music, like TV or smartphones? Do you give out freebies? Well, yes, we do have complimentary water. What about other things? Well, we will look into that matter next year. SDF rules, thank you. Thank you. We have many other people who are interested in this session. We are going to have wonderful guests. We have this main hall, but we have some other event that is taking place at Global Hackathon. It's the Sun or Good Challenge. We have Ms. Lee Hae-sung on the 4th floor. Ms. Hae-sung Lee, hello. Can you feel the intensity here in this hall? We have 100 program developers, planners, and designers from 16 countries. They are staying here, staying up all night since Monday, and they're using the ICT technology and public data to produce services to make a better world. And this is the Global Hackathon. It is the first of its kind, hosted by App Center and SBS Cultural Foundation, and the hackathon is named Sun or Good Challenge. It is to produce the services that will benefit the people by solving social problems. Hackathon is a word that is coined by combining the words hacking and marathon. And by hacking, we don't mean anything negative. It's about high-level programming. So they're given a certain amount of time. The developers, planners, designers, they stay here, sleep, and eat, and develop all day and all night to make a new software service. Let's interview someone.
Can you tell us your name and where you're from?
Hi, I'm Zach, and I'm from Perth, Western Australia.
So Zach from Australia, what made you come all the way here to the Global Hackathon?
Look, my company, GeoMobi, works out of a co-working space called Space Cubed in Perth, and they told us about this great opportunity in South Korea, and I thought, I've always really wanted to visit. This city is beautiful, so yeah, I jumped on the first plane.
That's great. What do you think are the great advantages of having a global hackathon where you have people from many different countries participate?
Look, you tend to have a very limited vision when you just live in your own culture and environment. So coming across here, I realized how many people share the same sort of values and systems, and you get a good idea how to solve some of the larger problems in life from meeting new people. And you make a lot of friends along the way.
And Zach, lastly, can you tell us about your team project, what you're up to?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's called Langhack, and it's an online social platform that allows people to connect and meet locals to exchange language ideas and even to catch up for a coffee and try some new things out. So it's really cool.
Well, it sounds very interesting. Thank you very much, Zach, and I wish you good luck. 네, 제1회 글로벌
The final results of the Global Hackathon will be announced tomorrow at 5 p.m. Tomorrow at the hall that the Seoul Digital Forum is being held. And it will be like an audition program of SBS K-pop star. There will be judges and there will be votes cast by the audience. And there is going to be a performance in commemoration of Hackathon. So that was all for the Sun Challenge. Back to you, Mr. Kim Hwan.
감사합니다. 선 챌린지 경진대회.
Thank you very much. We have seen what's going on at the Sun Challenge, the digital era. The wall between the broadcasting and telecom has been brought down. And so this has made the people in the media business very busy. In this session, we're going to listen to some of the changes in the media ecosystem. It is going to be held in a talk show fashion. We have Mr. Frank Lebourg from France, and we have Professor Sylvia Chan Olmsted from University of Florida, and also Professor Jun Lee from Seoul National University. Please welcome all of the speakers with a big hand.
Please be seated. 안녕하십니까. 저는 이 미디어 생
Good afternoon. I am going to chair the session, and my name is Junung Ri from Seoul National University, and I teach media and broadcasting.
Delighted to be here. My name is Sylvia Chien Olmsted. I am a professor in media economics from the University of Florida.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Franck Lebergle, responsible for the direction of technology at the CSA, the French regulator for broadcasting.
자, 우리 미디어 생태계 세션 바로 시작하겠습니다. 방송 기술의 발전.
Yes, so we will now begin the talk. We're going to talk about the expansion of media and broadcasting service. The broadcasting technology has been advanced quite far, and the word broadcasting seems a little bit anachronistic sometimes. But if we look at the viewer experience has been expanded to a great extent, and it is also getting deeper. The viewers understand that broadcasting is an interactive media. They store media, and sometimes they do like a marathon viewing on their own. So the advancement of broadcasting technology has expanded and deepened the viewer's experience. However, well, here goes the first question. The development of the broadcasting technology, is this really benefiting the viewers? Are the viewers enjoying the technology advancement? And in the future, is this going to increase the value of broadcasting? So this is the first question, and I would like to ask the two speakers to answer this question. I would like to ask Professor Chan Olmsted to answer this first question.
You begin our conversation today with a statement about audience experience. The voice of audience is now more powerful than ever before because of technology. Today's media industries are not operating in a one-dimensional, horizontal playing field. In fact, I believe that the media ecosystem is moving toward a circular form with audience at the center of the system. From this perspective, the welfare of the audience is improving precisely because of innovations. To a certain degree, the negative side effects occur because there are systemic obstacles to impede the emergence of this audience-centric media ecosystem. For example, there is a cost to have access to all these wonderful technologies. If audiences think it is essential to experience the innovations in their lives, they would have to make choices in how they invest in their time and money. From the perspective of industry players, terrestrial broadcasters today are not and should not simply be in the business of terrestrial broadcasting, because more and more consumers are not differentiating between media platforms, and they are the one in charge. In today's world, broadcasters are in the business of delivering audience experience. But there is a cost to invest in the audience. Media products have to be relevant and simple. Media companies have to understand why and how the audience make choices. And I believe all of these will contribute to the welfare of the audience eventually. I believe the audience welfare today is not about being free. It's about being valuable to the audience.
Indeed, Sylvia. Innovation is sometimes perceived by the traditional players, such as TV channels, as a source of significant risks to their economies and business models. No doubt, a specific attention should be paid to the conditions under which innovation starts and grows, so as not to foster competitive imbalances between actors. However, innovation is also for those traditional actors a potential source of growth, since it may provide new exhibition spaces for their audiovisual works and thus generate additional revenue. It is the responsibility of the regulators, such as the CSA I represent today, to reflect and act in favor of a fair competition for the benefit of consumers, such as not to impede new services and new actors to enter the market and thus propose alternative regulation and appropriate incentives with respect to fundamentals such as child protection, pluralism, diversity of opinion, and promotion of the creation. In that sense, the DTT platform plays a prominent role as it offers all these guarantees which are registered as specific missions granted to the CSA by the legislator. Just have a quick overview of the landscape in France. We can observe that time dedicated to viewing video over internet represent less than 6% of time dedicated to watch linear TV. At this point in time, there's no evidence of a substitution phenomenon of linear television by video content consumption. They may be rather complementary, especially with the development of social TV and second screens.
자, 그러면은 사실 미디어 사업자들 간에
Yes, so there is a very fierce competition among media players in the US. Well, in the case of US, VOD, there are many VOD players, and they are growing very fast, and Netflix is one of the leaders. So in the case of the US, in this very competitive landscape, the terrestrial TV broadcasters, how are they dealing with these VOD players, pay-per-view players?
The system and the situation is different from our French counterpart. According to a recent VOD report, the number of viewers who watch TV shows using subscription VOD in the United States increased about 30% last year. And the dominant player is Netflix. They have about 88% of the market share. We have Hulu Plus and Amazon. They hold about 12% in combination. Traditional broadcasters are now facing fierce competition from OTT, over-the-top services like Netflix and Hulu. They're very popular in the United States, especially among the Generation Y, the millennials. We have this saying in the United States that the young people are cutting the cord, which means that they are canceling their cable services altogether. With the popularity of VOD, the US broadcasters are not doing as well in terms of its viewership comparatively. In fact, just last month, the FCC chairman, Tom Wheeler, told the broadcasters in one of the most important annual meetings they had that they need to stop thinking like TV station owners and try to be more like Netflix if they want to survive. This is from the FCC chair. Again, we need to look at this from the perspective of audience. Linear TV experience is gradually being replaced by digital video experience for many audience segments, not everyone, but many. Audiences do not care about which platform they use. In many of our studies at the University of Florida, when we ask young people how they define media, they never talk about print, TV. They actually define that media is our connection to the world. When I asked them what kind of TV they watch, they said Netflix. When I mentioned radio, they said Pandora, Spotify. So this is really a very different world we're in nowadays. The people are simply looking for enjoyable media experiences. They may want to watch large screen TV socially with their friends, and then the next moment they move on to a small mobile TV. The US broadcasters are handling the changes in four main ways. First, they try to increase the availability of their programming online through streaming services, either on their own site or through other OTT VOD services. They start providing apps for their video, either live or on demand across different platforms, so people can watch video non-linearly. They are modifying how they develop programs. For example, Fox gave up the pilot season in favor of commissioning television all year round. And this is very different. This is a fundamental shift of how they produce, how they carry out the creative process. This is shifting to more synchronized with the habit of the audience. not a habit of the producers. And finally, they are increasing audience engagement through all social media platforms, especially Twitter. In a nutshell, we're seeing many new players entering the OTT, VOD market. There's Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, Yahoo, Xbox, PlayStation. They're all creating premium digital series. It is important to note that in the United States, we are not dealing with just traditional media companies anymore. Many retailers and brands, such as Amazon, Xbox, they have access to the end users, to the consumers through devices or services. They are expanding the sales of their physical goods to digital video goods. So we are seeing a trend of new production from all these different players. You probably heard of the House of Cards from Netflix, and Yahoo and Amazon, they're producing new series as well. The US broadcasters still deliver most of the mass appeal programming, but with a projected growth rate of 1.6% in the next 5 years, they are undervaluing really their content producing competencies. And I believe the obstacles are largely due to managerial obstacles, challenges, not regulatory or technological challenges. But the pressure now from Netflix, the crisis, really has finally kind of moved the cheese, so to speak, of the broadcasters. I think we'll be seeing more changes in the business operations as well as different ways of engaging the audience. And this is highly encouraged by the regulators as well.
자, 미국의 사례가 상당히 선도적이다.
Yes, so we are seeing that there's this advanced movement in the US, and I think the phenomenon in France is also interesting. The broadcasting system is divided into public broadcasting and then commercial broadcasting, so they're competitive as well as complementary. Recently in France, IPTV has taken off. They are commercial broadcasters, and so the terrestrial TV players are fighting back. UHD TV, Ultra High Definition TV, did a successful pilot, and by 2016 they are going to go live. How is the French TV facing change, and what is the role of terrestrial TV?
First experimental broadcasting of terrestrial UHD TV has just begun on Monday, this Monday, for a 9-month period in France. The authorization was granted to a tower company which targets an open platform. It will deliver up to 2 UHD services. Of course, contents will depend on market players' proposals. The first real-time content will broadcast during the Roland Garros Tennis Championship starting from the end of this week. In our initial plan in CSA, we wanted that many cities in France should be covered before 2016. But the ongoing debates on the future of the 700 MHz band have somehow slowed down this initiative, and at that point in time, there is no detailed plan available for the time being in France concerning the transition to the new standards DVB-T2 and HEVC, because of these political decisions not taken yet. However, we believe in CSA that the DTT platform must continue to carry market innovation. A DTT platform willing to meet the viewer's expectation in the future, in particular in terms of higher picture resolution, and access to mobile services must migrate towards next generation transmission. For UHD broadcasting, France has not secured frequency so far. There are currently 8 multiplexes in France, mostly composed of SD and pay TV channel and HD program. The future of these 8 multiplexes deeply depends on the government decision of releasing again 100 MHz for telcos. The timing of such a release would also be a key issue, since it would determine whether a switch to the next available broadcast technology is feasible and compatible with the market or not. we can wonder if UHD will provide an edge for terrestrial broadcaster. Just remember, at the launch of the first free-to-air HD channels in October 2008 in France, and during the following years, broadcasters did not consider that upgrading the image resolution of their services was providing any competitive edge. Average consumers were also sometimes considered as not fully able to discriminate between locally upscale contents and high-definition content. But the usage trains the users and is more difficult today to switch from an HD version to an upscaled SD version than it was at this time. So from a platform point of view, the competition is again a key question. While 4K Blu-ray format standardization is being completed, gaming consoles and video markets will set the consumer's expectations. If high bandwidth platforms could provide such content once widely available, this could doom the other platform to a slow but certain decline. For the media industry, lastly, the UHD content production will probably first be a costly trip, while HD systems and investment are still very recent when achieved. This would probably later turn into new opportunities for both content creation, but also for consumers' experience. UHD is not only a format question, but it also the next step, opportunity for the media industry, and therefore for the end user as well.
자, 그 방송은
Yes, broadcasting is sometimes called an ecosystem because all of the players are all connected and they all always interchange or exchange contents, and there is also an ecosystem of producers and platform players who are newly in the game, and the device manufacturers. So there are many different layers of players. And many people say contents is the most important issue or matter, but in this very competitive environment, which is also getting ever more competitiveness, how can the contents be evaluated in a justifiable way? And how can we create a virtuous cycle in the ecosystem so that we can create more value through broadcasting? Better quality contents and more contents. How can we make these? I think this is a question that we all need to think about. The U.S. Produces and provides the most volume of broadcasting contents to the world. So I would like to ask you, Professor, so how should the contents providers face the new era?
Stress that content is still the king. There is tremendous value in content when innovations brought about more distribution services and platforms. However, even with all the connected devices, the focus should be on the act of consumption, not the devices. Audiences expect fluid transition from one access point to the next. The content needs to follow the audience and be presented in the optimal format for consumption in that particular platform or a combination of platforms. For example, apps system for content delivery such as Watch ESPN, HBO Go, these apps provide additional good content experience than just simple linear HBO and ESPN programs. The BBC iPlayer app in the UK provides a rich and popular on-demand interface for many of the BBC programs. This is one way a more linear broadcast network can respond to audience needs. I understand that Content Alliance platform has started a VOD service, or POOK, here in Korea. This will contribute to an audience-centric media ecosystem. I believe it is strategically imperative for the broadcaster to design the VOD system with intuitive, friendly interface. Again, audiences are here for the video experience. Are they buying using your service? Why aren't they using your system? It's never just about payment. It's too easy just to say because this one you have to pay. It's also about user experience. Content is half of the battle, but it is not the only battle. VOD is a big part of the nonlinear video future. If the broadcasters are not in it to do it right, others with data, resources, connection with the consumers, maybe the Korean version of Amazon will do it. In terms of specific strategies, I think a few things will help the broadcasters remain competitive, considering that they already have very good core content producing competency. First, take advantage of the audience information available in the big data era. Learn from the data-driven commissioning approach of VOD services like Netflix and Amazon. They take the tens of millions of interactions between the programs and the audience and turn them into the basis of sorting out promising ideas. Data cannot tell the producers how to make a TV show, but it can tell them certain aspects of experience that the audience prefer. At the same time, we should not operate under the old assumption only mass appeal format would work for the broadcasters. The new media value chain and the ecosystem is inducing the emergence of a long-tail media marketplace. The digital content market is different in that it offers better connection with the viewers and also technological platform for good, never-ending story development. It allows for better economic visibility for niche content development. Finally, broadcasters should pay special attention to the segment of Generation Y, the millennials. They are extremely important in today's audience ecosystem. They will form 75% of the global workforce by 2025. And it takes modern technology. You think this is a technology generation, but it takes modern technology to understand, to reach Generation Y. We see that in a lot of the research we conducted. It takes understanding how they communicate, how they connect, how they learn, how they share, and how they influence, how they make decisions and take actions. They are a very powerful audience group into the future.
자, 이게 이제 우리 미디어 생태계 세션의 마지막.
I think this is going to be the last question for this session. Let's go back to terrestrial broadcasting. In the media ecosystem, what role should terrestrial broadcasting play? And this question is related to audience welfare. What roles should it play to provide more benefits to the audience? Let's go with you, Frank.
It's a regulated platform. DTT provides citizens with a high, reliable content TV service where freedom of communication prevails in accordance with respect of human dignity, pluralism of currents of source, and protection of minors. This is not an easy task for the classic traditional actors as TV channels to reform, since both digital and traditional television hold their own different paces. But the broadcaster must be cautious in keeping the right pace and to adapt to this new deal. I would thank you very much for the audience.
The premise of my perspective is that an audience-centric media ecosystem is the system that best contributes to audience's welfare. With that in mind, I just want to mention a few things. First, broadcasters have had a long history and relationship with the audience. They need to do what they are good at. They need to be allowed to do what they are good at with simplicity, relevancy for audience's sake. And I believe they need to be compensated fairly by other platforms for the content. For example, they're good at producing dramas and local news, something of value to the audience. Is there a viable option for them to remain relevant to the audience when advertising revenues are declining? Reality is there is no completely free content or technology. The future for us media professionals is not tied to how we use Facebook, smartphones, tablets. The future of media comes down to relevance and our ability to understand how technology affects audience decision and behavior so we can recognize new opportunities and adapt strategically. And broadcasters need to move in that direction. And I want to thank SDF for inviting me to share my thoughts with you. And if you want to continue this conversation, look me up on the internet. Thank you.
자, 이것으로 우리 미디어 생태계와 시청자 복지 세션.
Yes, this will be all for the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. Very good.
네, 세 분의 연사를 함께 잘 들어봤습니다.
Thank you very much, the three speakers. In the digital era, there are a lot of experiments underway, and we also dream of many new changes. It may be very difficult to imagine what it will look like. One company documents all debts, and this is a company that is operated out of Washington, D.C. This is a website called Homicide Watch. We have Glass Eye Media, the CEOs, Chris Amico, and they say the role of the digital media has to change. And what can media do? Let's hear the presentation. Please welcome them with a big hand.
Thank you very much for spending your afternoon with us here today. We are so very excited to be here in Seoul. We've shared a lot of stories today, and the story that Chris and I are going to be sharing with you is not our story so much as it's a story about Washington, D.C. And it's a story specifically about one young woman, a neighbor of ours, named Lucky Pennell, and this is Lucky. She was a neighbor when we lived in a neighborhood called Columbia Heights, and her home, a tall brick row house with a small pocket of a porch on a street of similar homes, was a little more than a kilometer from our apartment. It was a walk through a leafy, urban neighborhood of Northwest Washington, D.C. Lucky was 18 years old and attended Cardozo High School. It's a large high school in the center of the city, just a few blocks from our home. And it was a Saturday night in February. The streets were cold and dark, and Lucky was sitting on that small front porch. Like a lot of 18-year-olds, and many of us, she checked into Facebook that night and shared what she was doing. This is what she said: sitting on my porch with my best friend, chilling. I saw that message hours later, after two men wearing masks walked past that porch, drew guns, and fired. After Lucky and her friend were struck by the bullets, after the police sirens, and after the ambulances. She was my neighbor, but I didn't know Lucky. I began to know her as my TweetDeck searches started filling up with her name. Now, I'm a crime reporter. I'm a beat reporter. And so my TweetDeck searches contain words like shooting and RIP. And on this night in February, this dark, cold night with the police sirens going up the street on their way to Lucky's home, these were the messages that I saw. And as I read these, I began to sense Lucky's youth, her energy, as you can see in her photo, her love of life, and the impact of her death on her neighborhood, my neighborhood. as messages rolled in and Lucky was remembered and mourned and celebrated. Lucky's family and friends came to Homicide Watch DC as well for news about the case in the weeks that followed, whether or not there were any arrests, whether or not there were any developments in the case. But they also came to Homicide Watch because this was a place for them to be together, to share their stories, to talk about their experiences, and to remember Lucky. It was a gathering place, a community square, a plaza, a community where Lucky Pinnell and what happened to her mattered, where she was not a number in the annual murder tally at the end of the year. This is Lucky's page on Homicide Watch DC. It shows you everything we know about her case, including on the map where she died. On the left-hand side, it shows you her photo and a link to her obituary. When she died, her age, gender, race, and cause of death. Down the center, it tells you the latest news. Now, these are the traditional stories that you might see in your newspaper. But I want to draw your attention back again to that left-hand bar, because there are two really interesting things here. The first is the names of the detectives who are responsible for this case and their phone numbers. Now, for journalists, this means that we are able to keep track of which detectives are assigned to which cases, and then look at which cases are closed in what amount of time. It means we get to know detectives based on which cases they're assigned to. But it also means for the public, when they visit this page, whether it was one day after Lucky's death, or 2 years, or 3 years later, that they knew who to call if they had information. Now, the second most important thing that I wanted to point out to you is right above that, where it says suspects. And what this page tells you is that there has been an arrest in this case at this point. And when we read the news, we see that though there has been a suspect arrested a little over a year ago, he has not yet stood trial. And so what this page captures is a cumulative narrative of the world of this case. When we look at the suspects page, we see the same thing, that cumulative narrative that gathers over time. And we see the information on his page about the case too. We see that he is one of about 90 people in DC right now who have a murder charge pending against them. Now, what makes Homicide Watch different is the belief that every one of those cases matters. That Lucky Pinnell's case matters and D'Angelo Williams' case matters, and that we are going to cover them from crime to conviction. This is the promise we make to our community. The promise is on the top of the site. You see it up top here next to Homicide Watch DC. And it says, mark every death, remember every victim, follow every case. And so these pages, Lucky Pinnell's and D'Angelo Williams, are two of more than 600, documenting every murder victim and suspect in Washington, D.C. since we launched in September 2010. Now, I'm a traditional beat reporter. I come from the newsrooms. And so this isn't the way I learned to do journalism. But it's a way that makes a lot of sense. Because Homicide Watch, at its core, is beat reporting. But it's also about making reporters effective by building resources and context over time. As we do on these pages, that cumulative narrative that shows you at any moment what the world looks like in that case. And this helps reporters and readers understand at any moment how a particular case is usual or unusual. What is the same about it with those 600 other pages, or what is different? And this helps us check our assumptions and not make bad decisions. The cumulative narrative and data on each victim page and suspect page also serve as a field guide for the criminal justice system, helping our community better understand what happens when somebody is killed or somebody is arrested. A former DC murder prosecutor once told us how important this is. And he said, "Unfortunately, most people do not have any real understanding of the general workings of the criminal justice system, much less have the ability to keep up with any individual case." That goes for the victim's family, the suspect's family, and the general public at large. Strangely, the victims' families, the defendants' families, and the general public often simultaneously feel the system is stacked against them. Our job then, when we take it seriously, is so much more than just reporting. It's reporting with context and data that builds narrative and story over time. It's reporting that helps people better understand and engage with the systems they are a part of. Maybe because they see themselves in it when they look at Lucky's page or D'Angelo's page, or they see their son or a friend. And if we're doing it right, reporting in this way is reporting that provides a way forward to change.
When we talk about the journalism we do on Homicide Watch, we don't often talk about covering a beat so much as we talk about creating a space. So I want you to imagine a room, something smaller than this room, but a room. And on the wall to your left is everything we know about the victims of homicide in Washington, D.C. Their names, their faces, the stories and memories of them shared by friends and family. And on the wall to your right is everything we know about those suspected of homicide, presented as people who are innocent until proven guilty. And on the wall that connects those two is the criminal justice system, and everything we know about the relationships and the connections between victims and suspects of homicide. Think about this room. It has walls, it has a foundation. And this space that's created is here for us to gather. Our job is to maintain this space. So to build this space and this site, we had to understand our audience, the people we wanted to invite in. We were, after all, newcomers to DC when we started the site. We're both from California. And the city's struggles with violent crime go back more than a generation. We spent nearly a year watching how people searched for information about violent crime, about homicides, and where they talked about it. We looked at the Facebook memorial pages, listened in on Twitter conversations, watched the comment threads under online obituaries. We saw people looking for the most basic information: where and when homicides happened, who was killed, and how. We saw the struggle to understand what happens next, a sometimes long and grinding process of justice. We saw families and friends going to court, keeping each other updated and trying to make sense of what had happened and what kept happening. And we saw the ongoing efforts to memorialize the dead, the Facebook photos, the bottles and stuffed animals next to a tree, the t-shirt with a friend's face. We built Homicide Watch for these people. We built it around what we saw them trying to do. When we talk about the we built profile pages for victims and suspects so it's easy to know where a case stands. We post court documents and keep a public court calendar of upcoming hearings so you can see how the justice system works. And we track how cases end. This is important, and I think we're the only ones who do this. But it's critical, because when someone is cleared of a crime, we want there to be no mistake. And finally, we ask things of our audience. We say, share with us your memories, your photos, your stories. Help us understand who you've lost. And in return, we make this promise to our audience to mark every death, remember every victim, and follow every case.
The model works and it's replicable. Through partnerships with the Chicago Sun-Times, the Trentonian and Northeastern University, Homicide Watch sites are now in 4 cities across the U.S. We hope to grow both within the U.S. and internationally because we think all communities can benefit from this empathy-driven coverage. It's important because it changes not just the way media covers crime in these cities, but the way communities see themselves in crime and their place in it. The difference between Homicide Watch and other crime reporting projects is this: a map. A map is valuable if you're from out of town, or you're maybe looking to buy a house or to move, or you don't know anyone who's involved in a crime. But it only tells you one story: where crime happens. The story Homicide Watch tells is different. It's about this. It's about people. People who we know because they live in our communities, and we meet them at the grocery store and on the subway and on the bus. It's about finding one another on common ground, sharing and helping one another move forward. It's about finding truth and looking at ourselves and our community for what it is, and maybe changing what we want it to be. One of my favorite moments covering homicides in DC happened at the courthouse shortly after we started Homicide Watch. And a detective pulled me aside one afternoon, and he wanted to tell me about a teenager he'd had in for questioning on a homicide. He said he sat the kid down, and the kid realized that he was in on a very serious charge, that he was, in fact, in on a murder charge. The detective says, the teenager looks up at him and says, "Nah, man, I ain't killed nobody. I seen Homicide Watch. They locking people up for that shit now." Now, I don't know this kid, this teenager, and I don't know what happened in his case. I don't know if he was arrested or not. What I like to think maybe happened is that he was nearby. Maybe he had a gun or a knife, and he was angry. But in the moment when he was going to make a decision, he remembered the stories he'd read about the victims and the suspects. And he said, "Nah, man, I can't kill nobody. I seen Homicide Watch." That's success for me, that one story. And if there is nothing else that Homicide Watch does, that is the story I will remember. But what's important to remember, and I think for you to take away from this, is that our success can be attributed to our digital innovations only as far as it has helped us create a space for this young man to read those stories and to make those decisions and to change. And so our success is not about the tools we use or the platforms we develop, but about the way they are used. As we continue to iterate and expand, as I said, hopefully nationally as well as internationally, we remember this: that the technology changes, but what we believe in stays the same. What we believe in is people. In Lucky's friends carrying pink and purple balloons at her memorial. Her sister on that small porch marked by the bullets, singing Amazing Grace. In her family 2 years later, coming to Homicide Watch, leaving a greeting for her. I hope your killers do something positive with their lives while they can, because it is the only way to honor your memory. We believe in the police officer who reaches out, saying, I was a police officer in your city, a big white boy from the country. I drove a pickup truck and voted Republican every election since I was 18. And guess what? My heart hurt like hell every time I saw so many of these people laying face down in the street or had to hear their last words. We believe in him. We believe in the families of suspects, people like Zachary Sims Sr., whose son, Zachary Sims Jr., was arrested on a murder charge. Mr. Sims wrote that he believed that his son was innocent because his son had always told him the truth. He wrote, I wish the family of Jamal Bell well as they continue to deal with their loss. God bless all concerned. Mostly, though, we believe in the strangers among us, the people whose names we might not know, but the people who come forward in moments of horror. People like this woman who, when faced with tragedy, respond with love. We believe in her. She was on the train with Antoine Petty's mother when the call came that Antoine had been killed. I comforted her, she wrote. We have to do better. We believe in people. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
천천히 하세요. 네, 서울 데이터 포럼 2014 함께
The 2014 SDF, we are on the Involve session. We have a very special guest, and he's one of the most knowledgeable people out of the comedians. We're going to do a short interview with him. Nice to meet you. I'm Youngchul Kim. Yes, you introduced me as a knowledgeable person and invited a lot of laughs. Well, yes, but you are interested in a lot of these issues. Well, I understand you're very interested in our forum. Yes, I understand that this is the 11th forum. And last year, when Alain de Botton was here, I watched on TV, and I thought, if I have a chance, I really want to be there in person. And so I registered online, and I'm here. I received a special invitation. Yes, I wanted to add some humor. I wonder if it worked. So I tried anyway. Well, you are here, but I hope to see you in the coming years as well. Yes, maybe next time I can do a little section on the stage for maybe 18-20 minutes. I understand it is a very daunting task. So next year, if I can have the opportunity to share my ideas and thoughts, stories, it would be great. But when I look at the audience response, maybe that's not a very good idea. Well, anyway, we are seeking innovative ideas. So if you work on something with all your passion, it would be very good. Yes, and I would like to try in English. And so my topic would be how to study English in Korea. Yes, that would be the topic of my presentation. Wow, that was a very good response. I wonder, because you don't even know who I am, but anyway, thank you very much. Yes, I am a comedian. Well, so maybe you're not a very suitable speaker for the main session, but maybe some of the breakouts. At any rate, we are going to go live with the next presentation. So I would like to ask you to please stay in your seats so we can go on with the next session. Thank you very much.
안녕하십니까. 서울 디지털 포럼 2014.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Hwan, and I'm the host for the 2014 Seoul Digital Forum, Innovative Wisdom and Technology for the Common Good is the theme of SDF, and we are gathering a lot of idea and knowledge. Throughout the history of human beings, what do you think is the most innovative good that was developed or created? I think many people would say smartphone, and I would answer smartphone as well. So in this session, we're going to listen to very interesting stories related to smartphones, people getting closer and closer together. Mr. Kwame Ferreira is going to talk about the innovative ways of conversation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Okay, let me do that again. Music. I can do it. I can't. I'm just going to say hello because I'm very excited to be here. And I have wonderful things to show you, and I forgot how to say hello in your crazy language. All right. So my name is Kwame, and I run a group of individuals, designers and engineers, that create amazing services and products for this planet. And the reason why you see this beautiful image behind us, it's because that's really the view from one of our offices. I tend to send my designers and engineers to places where they're closer to nature so that they don't forget who and what they are really creating for. In the next 20 minutes, they say about 18 because we're live on television, 7,200 babies will be born in this planet. Now you can say that they will be born, but in reality they will be created, right? And that is something that I want to stay with you throughout this presentation, that we create. And we need to be responsible for what we create. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the creative process and what it means to create. When we look at creation, you have creation on one side. On the other side, if you were to do the yin-yang, what would you have? And no, it's not destruction. It's actually validation. It sounds a bit boring. But if I was to replace validation with the word value, then it starts to be a little bit more interesting, right? Because you create and then you need to validate. You need to see if it actually matches the values that you are creating it for. And those values so far have been, is it profitable? Is it getting traction? Is the market happy? And perhaps we need to start looking at other values. And that's why we have created a methodology internally called VOID, which stands for Value-Oriented Innovation Design. Because that's what we do, we innovate, right? And we innovate in really fast cycles. So we do design, engineering, and then we validate. Then we design, engineer, validate. For those who are a little bit more human, we think, we make, and we validate. So we, when you have a baby and you see a baby growing, you want to make sure throughout its life that it has your values, right? And if it doesn't, then usually there are issues there. Why should that be different for a radio, for example? In this case, a porcelain radio that we've done. So creating is not innovating. In order to innovate, we have to go beyond just creating. We need to make sure that the value is there. So most creation, or actually, let me rewind that. Most innovation is incremental. So we start off with something that already exists, and then we build upon it, right? And that's fine, and we can't destroy everything and rebuild all the time. It would be reinventing the wheel, as they say. But it's very hard sometimes to validate, to see if the values are there, because you're building on a structure that's already so big. So sometimes you need to break your problems apart. And you need to make sure, and that's not breaking everything down, it's literally looking at problems and making sure that that the values with which we create are there. And then start rebuilding according to those values. So the two essential values that I would like to speak about today, and I'm going to do more than speak, I'm actually going to show you a couple of examples, are openness and transparency and connected creativity. So transparency for us will change the world. And because it's 4 o'clock, lunchtime is about two hours behind us, I put this delicious image of pancakes up there. And what I love about it is not only that it's delicious, but it comes with a recipe, right? And I know where my pancakes come from. I know where my coffee comes from. Who here knows where their phones come from? Not many, right? So we've partnered up with a company called Fairphone, and we've released the first phone that has real social and ethical values behind it. We know where each component comes from. We clean up the supply chain. We make sure it has the values that we feel will make this a product that comes from the planet, comes from the earth, and goes back to the earth in an elegant way. It's open. And just like the internet and digital media, it needs to be open. The title of my talk, but I tend to digress, is Creative Connectivity. And creative connectivity is that second value that I'm going to talk to you about. Here's a picture of a modern-day family. And there's nothing really strange about this picture, apart from the fact that the dog has a tablet. Everything else is pretty normal, right? And you could say it is, and you could say, no, I don't really want that kind of scenario at home. I would like to start creating services and products that liberate us from the screen. So we started doing wearables about a year ago, and we're now producing Bond. And Bond started out as a simple idea, a modular approach. You have different modules, and different modules do and sense different things. So right away you have versatility, so if it's not just used for one thing. Those little modules can be used as apps, so you can buy different modules. You can have T-money, or you can have your car keys. You can have a little fitness tracker in there. It looks beautiful, it looks like jewelry. It fits your lifestyle. It ticks all the boxes. But most importantly, it started out with a very simple idea, that wearables can be used for communication without a screen. So the idea is that it came in pairs, and I gave one to my loved one, and I touched it, and my loved one felt the touch. That simple. And it can start that simple. Most of these ideas need to be simple. The last service that I am here to present, we're actually launching it today with you guys here in Korea, is called Lock. And the vision behind Lock is one where it's really about connected creativity. So how can we be more creative when we're connected? We're already connected via Facebook, via Twitter. We're all connected. KakaoTalk does a wonderful job. How can we be more creative in this connectivity, right? So that was the question, and the answer came to be actually Lock. So we imagined a service that takes your mobile phone and makes it feel like a portal into somebody else's mobile phone. So the best way to do that is with your lock screen. Why? Because you reach for your phone on average 150 times. So you are going to see your lock screen a lot. And usually what you see are little annoying pop-ups and notifications. Why don't we take that space and make it truly magical? So this is Lock. And the idea is you have two phones. I have one here with me. The other one is in the audience with a beautiful girl that I met yesterday. And I'm going to show you how it works. So I'm just going to turn it on, and that's a lock screen. And in this lock screen, I can just touch it. And come on, touch it, yeah. And I can scribble something. I can say, I can make a heart. That's an awful heart. Let me just delete it. Let's make a nicer heart. Heart, and then I can put S, D, F. And then I can actually take a picture. Let me take a picture of this. Picture of you guys. We're going to do a selfie, which is quite popular these days. So here I am, little selfie, la la la, all right. And now I upload it, and now somewhere in the audience is a gorgeous lady that is just turned her phone on and went, oh, that's a wonderful man saying hello, a heart and SDF. That must be like some cryptic message. See you dinner Friday, potentially. And she's going to come back with something, right? And hopefully she'll do it in the next few seconds. So the next time I turn this on, I think we will see magic, and there's magic, right? So I'm surprised. Suddenly it's like, oh, there's this connectivity. And I didn't have to go into an app. I didn't have to open up something strange. It's right there. And suddenly with Lock, my phone makes me a much more creative human being, and it turns itself into a magical portal. So I want you to, my final thoughts are, as designers and engineers and people who delve in the digital realm in order to make good for this planet and become wiser, we cannot forget that which is most important in this, which are the underlying values by which through which we create. They are the life source of creativity. And we must treat our project very much like babies. because they will grow and they will change this world. And it is our responsibility to give them all the love we can. 감사합니다.
네, 콰미 페레이라의
Yes, Mr. Kwame Ferreira has talked about how to communicate in an innovative way. Now we're going to listen to a way to apply this innovation to math study. And I'm sure mothers and fathers who have children will be very interested. The digital technology changes very, very quickly. However, the educational system has not changed very much. The cram schools, the schools, and the books have not changed that much. The digital age era, math education in the digital era, Mr. Kim Sa-jun is going to give us a presentation on how to teach our children math in this digital era.
저는 어렸을 때부터
I really loved reading detective stories since I was a child. Playing the brain games with the criminals in the books was very interesting. There were so many interesting detectives in the world. And I thought maybe when I grow up, I want to be a detective. Who's your favorite detective? Mine was definitely Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock had a sidekick, Watson. And what's really interesting is the moment Sherlock saw Watson, he knew what this guy did. What was the job of Watson, and how did Holmes find this out? Well, Holmes took a look at Watson's hairstyle and his hand gestures. And he thought, oh, that is a soldier. And Holmes, when he saw Watson at the Bartholomew Hospital, Watson said, there have been many different changes. And so he deduced that Watson used to work here. He was a doctor. And the face and the hands were tanned, but his arm was very pale. So he was working in a tropical area with his sleeves rolled down. And lastly, Watson had a cane. But the way he walked and the way he stood looked very comfortable. So maybe he's not injured. Maybe he just has a psychological trauma from the war. So put all this together, he was a soldier, army doctor who just was discharged from due to injury from Afghanistan. So this was very interesting to me. It is a deduction from everything that we know, everything that we experienced, and we combine all of those things and apply a pattern. And let's think about applying this kind of pattern to knowledge. This is the Lumix cube. How do people complete this cube? If you don't know how to do it, let me tell you how. First, you have to take a good look at the cube and look at where the blocks are located. And you have to apply your knowledge. And after moving these cubes around, there's another pattern where we can apply another knowledge. We have to memorize that pattern, and if we repeat that, if you know how to do it, it's not very difficult. And identifying patterns, applying knowledge is the process of mathematical thinking. And in order to practice this, that is why we study math. When we read detective stories and when we play with the cubes, a mathematical thinking is very important. But that is not the only reason we learn math. Math itself is very practical and can be applied to many areas of our lives. For instance, if we're watching a baseball game, we look at the probability of a hitter's probability of a success. And baseball fans are very used to probability and stats. And when we want to save money, what kind of money fund that we need to invest in and how to save. Mathematics is very important. I'm sure the wealthy people of the world are very good at math. And math is very important in observing nature and also improving science. We can analyze the past and look at the future using math. And mathematics is very useful in getting good jobs as well. The upcoming good jobs, the top 20 good jobs in the future require good mathematical skills. Don't you think math is very important? But the problem is, how do we feel about math? How did you like math? Was it very easy for you? Well, I look at your facial expressions, and I think your traumatic school days are coming back. The students in Korea are the best at math in the world. If we look at the PISA results for Korea conducted by OECD, the Korean students have ranked #1. Is this because the Korean students are exceptionally smart? If we look at the college entrance exam results, that is not true. In the case of Korean and English, most students score very high. But in the case of math, many students are located in the very low areas. So those who are #1 in the world still think math is very difficult. I have graduated from a science high school and went to engineering school. And I was one of the math whiz kids. And I'm sure many of my friends were jealous of me. However, I found math very difficult as well. Well, it was a little bit easier compared to other subjects, and it was interesting to me, but it was still very difficult. And one thing that consoled me was the world-renowned mathematicians also thought that math was very difficult. John von Neumann is the best mathematician of the 20th century, and he has created the theoretical model for computing. So he is a great genius. And he said, "Young man, in mathematics, you don't understand things. You just get used to them." Even the geniuses in math find math very difficult. And Descartes also said a very similar thing. All of the problems, each problem that I solved became a rule which served afterwards to solve other problems. And so this may make math very fun, but if you really look into this sentence, if we can't solve a problem, it means that it blocks the solution to every ensuing problems. So math is not just a subject. You have to cling on to every single concept, and it has to be very systematic. But the educational system that we have right now is structured so that it encompasses this mathematical nature. This was Washington School in the U.S. 100 years ago. There's a teacher who is teaching many students, and this is not very different these days. And this is a Korean school. If you look very close, they have colorful books, and there is a color TV. It may look a little bit different, but the basics of a school is still the same. There is a group of children or students learning from one teacher. So in this kind of environment, there are bound to be people who drop out of the system because the teacher cannot keep up, or the students cannot keep up with the teacher's pace. And students start losing interest in math. But the teacher cannot identify which student is having difficulty, and it is very difficult to give help even if the teacher knows who is having difficulty. And the books that we use are also very problematic. These are very problematic math problem books. These very thick books have a lot of mathematical problems in it. It is horrible. But these books are standardized for every single student. So it is not helpful to the individual. So it is pushing a very ineffective education on the children. And the answers are very difficult to understand as well. The books are pre-published. So the solution is not very, it does not explain the whole process. So they do not understand the process. They have to get help from the teacher or the student who's sitting next to them. Do you see the slogan on the screen? No child left behind. It is a very important educational philosophy. It is also a federal law. But the reality is these two students trying to keep up with the teacher. In the classroom, we want the teacher and the students to walk alongside each other. That is the ideal classroom. In order to create that space, what should we do? I was able to find the clue through a personal teaching. A one-on-one teaching is very effective. Personal tutoring provides instant help to the student. However, as we all know, personal tutoring is very expensive, and the teacher cannot be next to the student every time the student finds a difficulty. And also, it ruins the habit of studying alone. The student becomes very too dependent on the teacher. So, if there is an artificial intelligence that serves as a tutor, and if the artificial intelligence solution can provide help to the students when they need it, so that is where all of the development began. Today is a very meaningful day. Nori was incorporated 2 years ago, so our company is 2 years old now. So what we do is we analyze mathematics, and we analyze the different concepts in math to a very, very small unit, and we call it a knowledge unit. Each knowledge unit is created into a computer code with individual algorithms. Each knowledge unit has a problem, and if a student finds difficulty in understanding, it is then dissected into smaller knowledge units, and there is also a video that can provide more help to the student. We analyze math, and we have identified there are 3 different types of knowledge unit. First is interpretive units. Second is formulaic units. And third is computational units. So these knowledge units are put into a flow, which then creates a knowledge chain. And this knowledge chain, when we apply it to a math problem, an interactive problem is created. This is how the contents were created. So whenever a student finds difficulty, a solution can be provided. So this is a demo that I want to show you. It is a curriculum map. It resembles the screen of a game. Doesn't it look very fun? So you can get 3 stars for each chapter. There are different problems, and there are cartoons that explain the goal of each chapter. And after watching the video, the actual problems come up. So this is a very easy formula, but when the student finds difficulty, the tutor pops up and dissects all of the solutions. And so if the person does not know the least common denominator, then the tutor can help using the video. So each step is followed by the tutor, and all of the formulas can be entered in this way. So the student can find the answer on his or her own. And we can also analyze which areas the student found most difficulty, and did the student watch the video. All of these information will be analyzed, and we can also identify what kind of knowledge this student lacks in, so we can provide a more customized training. Nori is provided to many U.S. schools and is innovating the school landscape in the U.S. And have you seen students this happy studying math? Last September, the pilot project has begun, and 150 schools have applied to use our systems, and we selected 37 schools to provide Nori, and 88% of the teachers said that Nori played a big role in bringing up the scores of the students. Isn't it remarkable? And so while the students use this solution, what does the teacher do? Is the computer taking the place of the teacher? Then does this mean the teachers will hate the solution? But that is not the case. According to our pilot project, this was the interview that we have done with the teachers.
It's hard to get around to see what each kid is doing.
It's really difficult to track the progress of every student.
I think using Nori on a regular basis in my classroom has made me more effective as a teacher.
I have been teaching for 7 years now, and this is the first time that I'm able to really reach every single student.
The students can answer questions and get feedback from the program. They know if they've done it right or wrong. They can watch videos to get extra help. And then all of that information comes back to me, and I can look at an overview of my classroom.
The data in the teacher dashboard is great. It gives me just enough information to know where my students are and what progress they're making.
My students are becoming independent learners, which is making them successful students. They enjoy watching the videos, and they get out their earbuds and they plug them in so they can all watch at the same time.
Kids in the current generation in schools are growing up in a world where they need to be able to learn online. They need to be able to learn at an independent pace. They need to be able to teach themselves and challenge themselves. Nori is a great way of introducing some of those skills at an early age in middle school and high school.
Anytime you can have extra time as a teacher, I mean, that's just the best thing ever.
They can work on math and they don't even realize they're doing it.
It will change teachers' lives.
My job is definitely easier now with the help of Nori.
인상적으로 보셨나요?
Well, I hope that was impressive. The changing of teachers' lives was actually a very important compliment for us. Maybe you might think this way. Can we use this Nori? Well, the actual version of Nori is now on sale in the US, and the last pilot is currently underway in Korea. So if you wait a little bit, you can use Nori in your classrooms in Korea. Nori has been acclaimed by various awards. Last year, we have won the first place in the NYC DOE Gap App Challenge. And so we have become one of the vendors to provide to the innovative schools. And selected by Fast Company, we have made it to the world's top 10 in the most innovative companies in education. As a small company, we were competing head-to-head with a very large company, so we were very proud. A classroom must provide complementary knowledge to students. But what is the reality? Students go to school and they get tests and they have to get scores. So if a student got 70 points, what this student needs is why the student got 70 points and why was that 30 points lacking, and how can I complement my studies to get the additional 30 points. But the reality is you are a 70-point student and they stigmatize the student, and then after that there is no help to the student. We wanted to get rid of this problem using digital solution, and that is our faith. The students, through digital education, can study at their pace. They do not have to worry about following the pace of the teacher, and they don't have to worry about being left behind. And the teachers, for the first time, will understand why the children are finding difficulty, where they're finding difficulty, and there can be an eye-to-eye conversation. During the pilot project, a student sent us this letter, and there were very interesting things, and let me read you the last sentence. I was dozing off, but now I'm wide awake. During math class, have you ever been wide awake? In the US, we have run many pilot projects and we have received a lot of applications, and there was one very interesting application. There was a application from a 63-year-old lady, and she said, I really loved math, but I was never good at it. But with this program, I gained the confidence that I could be good at math. You are never too old to study. And she said, you're never too old to learn at 63 years of age. It is never too late for you. Everybody can be good at math. You can be a good detective. You can be a very good player at Lumix Cube, and your baseball games will be more fun, and you can make more money or save money better and become rich. Isaac Newton said this. The reason why I could see further than other people was because I was sitting on the shoulders of a giant. What was that giant that Newton was referring to? In front of you, there is a giant who was the mathematical giant. If you can become better at math, you can do whatever you wanted to do. And if you can climb the shoulders of a giant, you can add knowledge to the knowledge that you already have. It will be the best ladder to climb the shoulders of a giant. So how far do you want to go? We are developing Nori to help you become that giant or overcome that giant. Thank you very much.
네, 서울 디지털 포럼 2010.
Seoul Digital Forum 2014. This is the last talk of day one. The last speaker is someone who dreams of a world in which numerous everyday people, not the few handful people with the big power, can have their voices heard and help each other. He was the one who got Barack Obama elected as a senator with the Internet strategy. He is none other than Professor Nico Mele of Harvard University Kennedy School.
I think the world changed in 1984. The good nerds in this room will remember that is the year that Steve Jobs introduced the first Macintosh personal computer. But that's not what I'm talking about. In 1984, a man named Chuck Hull invented something called stereolithography. Today, we call stereolithography 3D printing. I have a 3D printer, and about a year ago, it was the first nice, warm spring day in Boston, where I live. I have two little boys, 5 and 3, and I wanted them to wear sandals outside. But I didn't want to put them in the car and take them to the store and try on shoes and buy sandals. It would take all day. So instead, the night before, I downloaded off the internet the blueprints for some sandals, and I printed them sandals on my 3D printer. Sounds awesome, right? A world where you can just print things at home. But about 3 days after I printed the sandals for my boys, a man in Texas put up the blueprints on how to print a fully functional handgun. All you have to do is go to the store and buy some nails to put in it. I think this story perfectly encapsulates the promise, the opportunity, the amazing abilities that our technology gives us, but also the dangers, the perils. And when I look at the course and trajectory of our technology, I see it pushing power from our big institutions that have built our modern world to the individual, pushing power out of all the traditional institutions to individuals at an alarming rate that we're not entirely prepared for. Across the board, from big newspapers, big political parties, big governments, big armies, even big fun. We're seeing an erosion of the traditional institutions. Earlier, you even had the panel talking about streaming video and the rise of new players like Netflix challenging established institutions. This should be a familiar story in Korea. I lived in Korea in the late 80s and early 1990s. And when I was living here then, the idea that Samsung would one day crush Sony was a crazy notion. About a month ago, our washing machine died at home, and my wife and I went to the store to buy a new one. And there were all these washing machines by old, famous, established American companies, General Electric, Maytag. But the salesman said, you don't want one of those, you want one by LG. We've gone from a world where Samsung has defeated Sony, and LG is challenging GE, and Hyundai is taking on Ford. And even pop stars, Psy is bigger than Justin Timberlake. That is a story of a small nation, Korea, the David, becoming the Goliath, a global power. But what of the future? What future does this hold for Korea? What responsibilities and challenges are there now that you're a global power? Across the board, I see our technology taking power out of institutions, out of well-established companies, big armies, big manufacturing, big universities across the board, and pushing it to individuals at an alarming rate. It's very hard sometimes to figure out how to talk about this. When I speak or when I go to board meetings in corporate boardrooms, or when I listen to meetings in Washington, D.C., and Capitol Hill and in the White House, and when I think about, I sit in sometimes even in Harvard faculty meetings, I struggle. I think the world that I hear everyone else talking about, that's not the world I live in. You've heard parts of it today with things like Bitcoin, the change in wearable computing, the changing future of technology. And I try and think about how to talk about this, and I am reminded of the death of King Edward VII in 1910. King Edward VII died in 1910, and every nation on the world sent someone to his funeral. And almost every country in the entire planet was a monarchy or a colony. There were just 3 democracies. And in a generation, the monarchy disappeared. The new King of England, King George, his first cousins were the Kaiser of Germany and the Tsar of Russia, and they were writing each other letters. Just imagine in 2014 when our grandchildren are the monarchs of Europe and the colonies. But it was over already. And that's sometimes how I feel when I listen to our leaders today. It's a huge challenge, and we're not here by accident. If I was giving this speech 35 years ago, and I was to ask you to describe a computer, you might describe something like this: a giant machine that would have filled this stage. A Cray supercomputer in the mid-1970s cost $5 million base price, and it was only available to the world's biggest institutions, the biggest militaries, the biggest governments, the biggest corporations, the biggest universities. And today, you can walk into almost any store, almost anywhere in the world, and buy a computer infinitely more powerful than one of these Cray supercomputers for just $200 and a low monthly metered fee. That's as if I were to say to you that 35 years from now, you'll be able to walk into any store anywhere in the world and for $200 and a low monthly fee, be able to buy a jumbo jet, a Boeing 747. That would sound crazy, but that's exactly what has happened. And that push of power from institutions to individuals is in many ways not an accident. The first computer science program in a university in the United States, anyone want to guess what year? It was 1962, and it was not at Stanford or UC Berkeley or MIT or Harvard. It was at Purdue University in the middle of the United States. But if you were a nerd, if you were someone really interested in computers and you were growing up in the 60s and 70s and you just wanted to study computers, the only place you could really study computers was on college campuses. And what was happening in the United States in the 60s on college campuses? The civil rights movement, the anti-war movement. There was this real feeling among college youth that you could not trust the people in charge. That they would send you, they would draft you and send you to war. And there was a movement among nerds to create something that was take computing power outside of institutions, that would invent the personal computer. It was a radical notion at the time, the idea of a personal computer. And it was invented because we couldn't trust our leaders in charge. In 1973, Ted Nelson wrote this book, Computer Lib, You Can and Must Understand Computer Now. And it influenced a generation of programmers. Bill Gates bought the rights to this book and republished it in 1984 with Microsoft Press. Steve Jobs has talked about how he was influenced by this thinking. There was this dramatic move to claim computers for the individual, for the activist, in order to disrupt the establishment. And that's how we go from computers that fill a room, to computers that sit on every desk, to computers that start to network with each other to share printers and the H drive, old school style, to computers all connected to each other in the internet, to today we walk around with these enormously powerful devices on our person. I've listened all day to people talk about phones. Phone is too weak a word for what this device is. We don't even have the language to describe the kind of power we're talking about. I like to call it radical connectivity, because we're all connected to each other all the time at enormous speed, with enormous power, and without any sense of priority, without any sense of authority. This has enormous ramifications for our institutions. I'm going to give you two examples just to talk briefly about it. The first is journalism. At the fall of the Berlin Wall, there were almost 60,000 full-time journalists in the United States. Today, there's slightly more than 20,000. That's an enormous collapse in the number of journalists in the country. Now, it is due in part to media consolidation and publicly traded companies and the desire for quarter-over-quarter profitability. But it's also due to the changing media landscape and to the challenge of creating digital revenues. As we move away from the analog dollars to the digital pennies, newspapers are having a harder and harder time making ends meet. There's enormous opportunity in the digital age for journalism. You heard Laura and Chris talk about their amazing work. But there's also real challenges. I will not defend newspapers. Their business model doesn't make sense to me in the digital age. But I desperately want and desire, and we need journalism. And not just any journalism, but investigative journalism. A core purpose of journalism is to hold power accountable, to evaluate our leaders and our establishment, and to figure out if they're doing a good job or not. And if we have fewer and fewer journalists and smaller newsrooms, it gets harder and harder to do that. And something important about the public sphere gets lost. And there's my favorite subject, politics. In 2007, Hillary Clinton was running for president of the United States. She had worked on every presidential campaign since she was 18 years old. She knew every Democratic activist in the country. She knew every major donor of the Democratic Party. Her husband was one of the most popular presidents in American history. She had been a U.S. senator. If you go to Washington, D.C., and you go to the Democratic Party headquarters, the building actually has her name on it because she and Bill Clinton they quite literally built the modern Democratic Party. So how did she lose? How did she lose the nomination to a man who'd been in public life less than a decade? And this is not just a story of the Democratic Party. This is also a story of the Republican Party and the Tea Party. That the establishment, the powerful establishment, They get challenged by internet-fueled insurgents, by internet-fueled challengers, especially if the establishment is not doing a good job. When the establishment does a poor job, then people turn to the internet to challenge it. So, here we are. Technology is pushing power out of institutions to individuals. It is both exciting and creates enormous opportunity, but it also creates a gap. Our institutions exist for a reason, and they have very good and important values. And while we may not want to defend the newspaper, we care about integrity in reporting. We care about investigative journalism. How do we bridge that gap? What are we going to do? Well, I think the first thing we can do is we can reimagine our audiences. In fact, I don't even like the word audience. You are not an audience. You have an enormous amount of power. You can right now take out your phone and you can go on Twitter or Facebook and you can say, oh, that Nico, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not very good. I heard that before. I think he's wrong. You can all go on Amazon and you can give my book 1 star without even reading it, and it will demonstrably hurt the sales of my book. You can also give it 5 stars. It's okay with me. You are not the audience. You are the former audience. You have enormous power, and we have to reimagine the people we lead. We have to rethink our relationship with the people we lead to recognize the enormous power that they have and the incredible impact they have on our work, whatever work that is. The second thing we can do is we can combine top-down leadership with distributed power. This might be the hardest thing to do. The classic example is the Obama campaign. When Obama ran for president, he had a very normal org chart. You know, political campaigns have a standard organizational chart. You have the candidate at the top and then the campaign manager and then all the pieces of it. And in a normal political campaign, you draw a red line at the bottom, and everything under the red line, that's a job you give to a volunteer, all the unimportant stuff. But the Obama campaign took that red line and moved it way up the org chart. They gave volunteers real power, and they were able to do that by a combination of culture, an expectation of honesty and integrity, and the use of technology to manage their volunteers and encourage their behavior in a certain direction and evaluate it. We call it computational management. And so with a combination of a powerful culture, a clear goal, and computational management, they managed to push power out to in a distributed way, to imagine the diffusion of power that individuals would carry with them to enormous effect in terms of raising money and in terms of getting people out to vote. But I'll tell you another example, maybe not as compelling. Just about a year ago, I was teaching my class at the Harvard Kennedy School, and I had a student running in the Boston Marathon, and he had asked to be excused from class that day. And I finished teaching about 1 o'clock, and I pulled up on the website, on the screen behind me, the website for the Boston Marathon, and I put in his jersey number, and the whole class could see that he was making very good time, and he was going to finish the marathon at about 3 o'clock. And I got my lunch after class, and I went to my office, and I was sitting in my office, and then I heard there had been a bomb. And I couldn't believe it at first. But then it became clear there'd been a terrible tragedy at the finish line. And I looked at my watch, and it was 3 o'clock. And I was terrified for my student. And I went to Facebook, and I looked up his profile, and he had posted at 3:15, one word, okay. And I was relieved. And in that moment, I was so grateful for Facebook and for social media and for radical connectivity that I could immediately be assured that my student and my friend was safe. But over the course of the week, All these people with all this power and their devices, they want to do something about this Boston bombing. They raise money for the victims, and they volunteer their homes and their guest bedrooms for people who are stranded and stuck. And a group of people online went on a witch hunt to find the people who did this. And they identified the wrong person. And so here was all this energy, all these people who want to do something, who desperately want to participate. And there was no structured way to use their energy. No way to encourage them that would lead to a positive outcome. You know, Duolingo this morning talked about harnessing people's energy in order to do translation. There's enormous opportunities and power, but our institutions must be prepared to take advantage of it. And I'll leave you with one last thought. There are 7 companies that effectively control our online life. You recognize all of them: Amazon, Apple, eBay, Facebook, Google, Microsoft with Skype, and Twitter. You could say that never before has so much public space been privately owned. During the week of the Boston bombing, Twitter let rumors fly with all kinds of craziness. And I believe that they have some responsibility to the civic space, to the public sphere. We must demand greater accountability from these new big, so that we can have better social harmony, so that we can build a better world. Our technology has so much opportunity and promise, but we must not leave some of the hard-won values over the last 300 or 400 years behind. We must find a way to bridge the gap between the pace and direction of our technology and the reality of our institutions and the reason they exist. Bridging that gap will not be easy. It'll be, in fact, very hard. But that is up to you. That is why we are here today, to see the promise and the opportunity of this technology and to together imagine ways to build a better world. Thank you very much.
네, 지금까지
Thank you very much, Professor Nico Pele, for that passionate speech. Thank you very much. At the SCF, we have prepared many speeches, and that was the last one for this afternoon. And we have Mr. Stephen Wilfett here, who is the producer of Sherlock. I really enjoyed that drama series, so I was very interested, and I made a very interesting video to announcers. Played Sherlock and Holmes. It was a little bit embarrassing, but anyway, it was a very fun experience. Thank you very much, everybody, and I hope you have gained very good knowledge from today's session, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
자, 그럼 계속해서 지금부터는 여기 계신 니코멜로 교수와
Yes, we're going to have a more in-depth discussion with Mr. Nico Mele. Professor Yoon Young-chul is going to chair this session.
예, 마지막 세션.
Yes, I am the MC for the last session discussion. My name is Yoon Young-chul, and I will try. I'm going to speak in English.
Professor Nico Mele, it was really powerful and insightful and persuasive speech you made this afternoon. And the end of big, the key concept of your speech, which is also title of your books, I think well grasped essential nature of political or social cultural shift led by digital technologies. Also, I was very much impressed to see your position is very balanced. You talk about the positive, bright side of the new media technology, but also when you mentioned negative or unexpected outcome led by digital media technologies. So I think I agree 100% with what you said this afternoon. But my role today is to ask you questions.
Of course.
So for the sake of clearer and deeper understanding of what you said this afternoon, let me start our discussion by asking some questions. One of the recurring themes of your speech and also book is in the field of political world, or in the field of political sectors, the big government and big political party losing their powers. On the other hand, using your words, radically connected individuals and grassroots organizations gaining more power these days. I think this is true. And also, your observation is very compelling because you have your first-hand experience in the Obama campaign and Howard Dean campaign. But I think there is a reaction coming from big government. These days, big government are more aggressively trying to watch empowered individuals by enhancing their surveillance capabilities. When you have Edward Snowden case in your country, or a global case, I think.
Sure,
so,
we have.
Yeah, so my question is, on the one hand, we have individuals enjoying greater freedoms, and also on the other hand, we have still big government trying to regulate or controls the empowered individual in the name of national security. So how would you make compromise between these?
The surveillance of the U.S. government and the NSA is deeply troubling. And it is, I believe, in gross violation of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. It's a troubling development. And I think it actually exhibits a few things. One, it's clear in many ways how threatened established power is by radical connectivity. They feel so threatened that they have to get in there and co-op it, right? They have to figure out ways to try and combat that. The second thing is, I think it's very notable that we had Julian Assange, we had Edward Snowden. You know, Edward Snowden was not even a full-time employee. He was a contractor. He was on the job less than 3 months. And here is this man who was not even very important in the chain of command, with a thumb drive, wreaks havoc on the national security establishment of the United States. And so as much data as they collect, there's a paradox there, and that they're also enormously vulnerable as an institution. And finally, I think that an important part of the story is the complicity of the big internet companies, of companies like Google and Facebook, in working with the US government to share that data without considering the ramifications for their users or what it might mean for the public sphere and for the civic good.
Yeah, I think the information security and privacy is really important issues these days. And another question. This morning, our keynote speaker, Professor Jang-Gil Lam, talked about second millions waiting to use internet. And in fact, many social scientists studying internet talk about the benefit of internet is not equally distributed. There are some people who are very empowered, well connected. Also, there are people less connected. And also, we have a group of unconnected peoples. I became to know in Asia, 50% of populations are not connected. So we are talking about digital divide. And the divide is increasing. It's likely to be increased. So what is your solution to reduce that gap, divide?
The digital divide is a very serious issue. And I thought this morning's keynote was exceptional for the opportunity for leadership that Korea could take in this way as a global leader in internet connectivity. And I think there is also a paradox here that the least connected, most marginalized populations in many ways have the most to gain from connectivity. There was a study about 10 years ago in New York City where they were looking at high-speed broadband into homes. And they were trying to understand, the assumption was that wealthier homes would have high-speed internet. But they found, in fact, the reverse was true, that low-income immigrant homes, almost all had high-speed internet because they would use Skype to call back to their home countries, that was much cheaper than using long-distance phone calls. And so there is, the most marginalized populations actually in many ways have the most to gain from bridging the digital divide. And I hope that's an engine for growth, that's an opportunity that people use to try and close the divide. It's in many ways most challenging for rural populations, for populations not in urban centers.
Okay, as a journalism scholar, I have to ask a question about the crisis in journalism. And you, in your speech, you briefly talk about crisis in journalism. These days, conventional news media losing their readers, viewers, and listeners. On the other hand, more and more people getting news from all different kinds of internet sites and social medias. So we have plenty of information. I'm not sure whether we have to call that news or news-like information, but there are many, many informations and viewpoints. The problem is, as you mentioned, there are false rumors and false statements and personal attacks. Those kind of things can lower quality of journalism. So what is your innovative wisdom when solving that kind of tension or problems?
It's a serious challenge. I think that I like to look to history sometimes for answers here. And you know, the history of newspapers is that for many years, newspapers would engage in these kind of attacks as well. And it took about 75 years for newspapers and as an industry to develop ethics and norms and established ways of doing things, to establish the ombudsman and and norms about sourcing and having multiple sources to verify material. And so I think in many ways the digital world is just at a very early stage, and I hope that over time we'll develop those norms. But at the same time, we need socially to create a greater expectation of accountability, both from each other online, but also from the institutions, the new big, like the big 7 internet companies I spoke about.
Okay, yeah, we need to develop very efficient way of verifying facts in the internet space. And in the field of political campaign, you also mentioned of the kind of crowdsourcing tactic in the political campaigns. So I'm just wondering how can that kind of crowdsourcing model apply to the journalism, especially the online journalism these days?
Well,
can you give us some examples?
If we think about journalism as having 3 pillars, right? The production of news, the distribution of news, and the business model, the revenue of news. Across all 3, you know, when we talk about them as the former audience, that's crowdsourcing. Laura and Chris, they think about their news as in part about community engagement. In the production of news, we can look at crowdsourcing and the former audience as allies. Journalists can use their audience to help them do research. A leader in this has been The Guardian. One of the most famous examples is the British Parliament released a couple million pages of expense reports from the members of Parliament. And The Guardian scanned all of them, put them online, and asked their readers, the former audience, to help them find any expense reports that look like it might be fraud or abuse. And then after there was sufficient, there was a process they gave the crowdsourced participation integrity. And then they use that to do further investigations and to write stories. The Guardian also did this with the WikiLeaks material as well. I think in the distribution of news, using social networks to help spread news, to help with social sharing is an important part of that. And even in the business model of news, the former audience is a crucial partner in developing new revenue models.
Yeah, I think there are many interesting experiments going on.
It's an exciting time.
Yeah. Today you repeatedly mentioned the importance of community, engagement in community activities, or importance of the local communities. It is quite understandable because people can easily create online communities in the cyberspace. But one of the problems pointed out by many critical scholars, people tend to meet or see like-minded people, or read or see what they would like to see or read. So in the afternoon sessions, many Korean boys and girls, they don't even recognize sisters Hyorin in the subway because all they are doing is just focus on what they like to read and what they like to see. So we don't have any unexpected encounters these days. Yeah. That is related with the lack of media diversity. I mean, people tend to have a very narrow range of diverse information or diverse opinions. That is not good for the healthy operation of democracy. So what will be your solution or views about that issues?
There's a lot of academic research, and we really know that diversity is a crucial part of innovation. Mm-hmm. Diversity is a crucial part of problem solving, and diversity is a crucial part of a healthy democracy. Mm-hmm. And our technology can be designed to keep us inside of our own bubbles, to keep us inside of a filter bubble, to keep us inside of a daily me. You know, there can be a confirmation bias embedded in our technology. And one thing we can do is we can, again, demand of the companies that provide us this technology that they value diversity as an important part of the user experience. Another part of another exciting development is the way our technology encourages us to meet offline. One of the #1 uses of Facebook is actually to plan events that are face-to-face events. And if we spend time with our neighbors, if we get to know our physical communities, I think that creates a lot of positive feedback for democracy.
Very interesting observations and examples you introduced this afternoon. With your remarks, I have to wrap up these sessions. And I think we will be much better prepared if we really understand that this afternoon, or if we read your books, The End of Bigs. And I think it's very important books for us to read. By the way, he's going to have a book signing event right after these sessions. Please join that book signing event. I'd like to thank all of you who attended this last session of today's conference. And also my special thanks goes to the Professor Nico Male, who did wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You.
It was great.
It's been an honor.
Yeah.
네, 이상으로 서울 데이터
This concludes day 1 of Seoul Digital Forum 2014. On your right, on your way out, there's the SDF Book Cafe, and Professor Nico Mele is going to sign his book, The End of Big. SDF 2014, we will be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we will have wonderful speakers to talk of innovative wisdom. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 오늘 포럼에 참석해 주셔서 끝까지 열의와 관심으로 자리를 지켜주신 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 이상으로 서울 디지털 포럼 첫날의 모든 세션을 끝이 났습니다. 출입구로 나가시면 오른쪽에 SDF 북카페가 마련되어 있습니다. 그곳에서 니코 멜레 교수님의 거대 권력의 종말 사인회가 있을 예정이니까요. 꼭 참석하셔서 좋은 추억 만드시길 바랍니다. 또한 내일 오전 아침 9시에도 혁신적 지혜를 모을 다른 연사분들과 함께 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다. 안녕히 돌아가십시오. 감사합니다. This concludes today's program of Seoul Digital Forum. And at the entrance on your right, we prepare the book SDF Cafe. There you can meet Professor Nico Mele, and we'll have his autograph event. Thank you for your kind attention, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a safe trip back home. Thank you. Bye-bye.